Hello, hello. Oh, it's good to be back. So I was having some technical difficulties. It seems Microsoft is trying to slowly kill off support for their legacy operating systems. I think I've found what the culprit is though, hopefully. So if I go down, I'm trying to get back. I can assure you that. Hey Christopher, how's it going? I'm trying to still get everything back together because, like, you know, when the system crashes, you gotta be like, oh, what did I have open? And this was open, and that was open. And for a hoarder like me, it's kind of hard. Chat's back. This is back. My folders, right? VS Code. Ah, so many things. That's back. Had to switch to Windows 10 for gaming like 2 years ago. Yeah, I'll probably have to end up doing the same, to be honest. I just want to upgrade my rig because I don't want to switch to Windows 10 and then inadvertently end up upgrading, like new motherboard or whatever, and then have to reinstall. So I kind of want to do an upgrade soon. Maybe also switch to a GTX 2070 because I think the 2080 is just way too overpriced. And then, you know, I have a reason. Cool. Upgrade to Windows 10, get DirectX 12 support. And I mean, for my usage, it should be fine. I mean, just coding. I don't really game that much, and the games that I do have should work fine. If not, we can always run, you know, a virtual machine, or I think Windows 10 has Windows 7 like virtual support anyway built in. So there's that. What do I need? Man, I hope I can figure this out today because it's annoying me. I want to get all my middleware into one file. So let me pick your brain, Christopher. Because I don't think I can find offlightx. Maybe I can, maybe I can't. Who knows where they are. Maybe they'll come save the day when we least expect it. But I want to get all my middleware in one file. And what's the last thing that I got to? I had an index and I was exporting passport being an export here, where oh, do I want router or passport? Oh no, passport is require passport, and then the export is I'm so confused how exports work now. My mind just doesn't work now. If I'm exporting router in passport.js, if I do const passport require passport.js, what is going to be inside of this? Am I going to have to go and actually test now? Probably. But apparently I can use router.use, which will replace app.use. So you do router.use and whatever you want to use, and then in your place you can use app.use middlewares, where middlewares is the middlewares file that has all your middleware. Obviously the common middleware. You don't want to have things on every route. So things like authentication should be on all of them. So that's where I'm going to have that. So app.use middlewares, aka all of them. Right now it's just passport. offlightx, there you are. Come to save the day. I was just trying to say, if I am exporting router here, in index, passport is require passport.js. What will actually be inside of passport? Because now I'm confused. Don't you usually need to, if you're exporting a name, don't you need to import the exact same name to get it? So either I need a console log what this will be, or you can tell me, because I'm not quite sure. If passport is require passport.js, and this is passport.js, what will be inside of it? What will be inside that passport? Will it be the export? aka router? I think it is, right? So that if I had multiple objects here, or multiple variables, exports, then it would have this and that, right? That's at least what I'm hoping will be inside of it. I just realized something. I'm using router.use here, but that's not going to help because I'm getting passport. And if passport is router, router is just router as the function. It's never going to get to router.use unless you call this file. You want to jump in a call of FlightX? Make it easier for you? App.use middleware. Middlewares being passport being a router. So essentially what I'm saying is app.use router, but we're not defining anything in it. Oh, and Christopher, did you manage to solve your issue with the login on React? Did you manage to get passport working with React? This is what I was trying to do, body parser. So router require express, router equal to router, router.use. So then he just exports router. Will router have all of that? Oh, nice, Christopher. That's awesome. Yeah, because they have, Battle.net has those authorizations. But they're basically working. What is not working? So interesting how they do this. Router equal to require express, router equal to router as the function. Then he does the router.use. And then he exports router. So then why, when I went app.use router, didn't it work? Okay, there's one way to find out. Let us do we log router? I guess that's one way. I only managed to do something productive like 1-2 hours max every day at the moment. Oh no. Where have you got other things that you need to get to? Okay, let's fire up the server And let's try to figure out what's going on. Oh, that's not good. It keeps restarting over and over. Something wrong. We broke something. Where's my logs? What's it? Oh, this was when I was moving the schema. Right, I moved the schema. I did something here. Passport equal to require passport. I moved something. What did I move? Was it in passport? Under config? I moved something. That I remember. Mongoose.connect, that's still fine. Okay, so what are the errors actually saying? The errors are missing schema error. Schema hasn't been registered for model at passport.js. Called by middlewares. So do any of you have an idea in terms of requiring a file that works on a database? So I'm requiring config passport. Inside of that, we access a database. Now normally it gets the database connection. Before, when everything was in one file, I would connect to the database. So mongoose.connect. And then from there, I would do the passport stuff. But now because I've split the things up, I do it inside of the middleware. So passports require passport and then the config. But now it's giving us the error, the schema hasn't been registered. It's almost like it's not connecting. So where would I have the database connection then? I thought it would be done, like, you know, mongoose.connect and that's it. Schema hasn't been registered for model user. So this is the line that's triggering it. Mongoose.model. Oh, maybe we need to import where mongoose.model was created from the controller, the user controller. So where's my models? There it is. And here I'm exporting the model. So maybe I need to require this file, user? Is that what the issue is? Oh, you can use router.use like that. I was following an example. But I need to get it working first. I think I need to import this, because this is the model. How else is it going to get the model? Does server.js pass information to everything else? I don't think it does, right? Here passport.js requires user, right? The user model. But where else is it going to get the user model from? So I assume I have to import user.js that has the model, right? Would that be correct? If I need to get the model. Oh, don't worry about the structure. I'm talking about the export now. If I have a model that's in the user model, if I need to access that user model, I need to import it, right? Because it's not accessible otherwise. So if we got the user model in the user model file, in the config file, for me to access user, I need to import it, right? Do I just require the file like that? But I think you don't do mongoose.model twice. Where am I doing it twice? Oh, so you're saying I should rather create user from this and then export that variable? So do something like this. User equal to mongoose.model user schema and then export user. Is that what you mean? Like that? You just require it and don't do mongoose. Oh, so I'd have to do it this way. Okay. So I can, you mean just require the file and that's it? But then how do we get access to user? Because here I'm doing user.find by ID. So what would user be? Oh, because that will be the export, right? I got you, I got you. Assign the required to a variable, right? So that becomes user because the export is. Oh, so if I had multiple things, I would have wanted to turn this into a variable, but because this will return a value, that will essentially become user of the require. I got a little confused with the exports now. So then what you're saying is user equal to the require, right? And then it's going to be user.find1 from that. Okay, cool. So that's the one problem solved. Does it solve all the problems though? I mean, let's find out. passport is not defined. On where? Server? Looks like it's complaining about server. Line 63. Oh, on app.post. Right. That is true. Can we ignore that for now? Is there passport anywhere else? Is that okay? Is that fine? Hey, we're online. Sweet. Okay, that solved the one problem, Christopher. We're online. Great. Now, I don't know if it works, but let's go check our outlog. Middleware value, it's got a function router. Okay. Router in passport.js, it's a function. Router.handle, request response next. It's not quite what I thought it would be. But I mean, at least we know it has the router, right? So that hopefully it did that. So for us to know if it works now, what did it need to do again? That stays the same. This is the middleware. Oh, initialize and start a session, right? And then we need the login and logout, which I removed now. So app.post. So this needs to be in our routes. We need to get routes working. I'm slowly going to start getting that to work. For now, let's create a folder in here. Call it routes. This is going to be under auth. So actually that'll be under index.js, because when you get... Oh wait, we didn't create an auth, did we? Auth, and then that's going to be the index.js for that. I just got to remember how to do this again. And then this app.post, wait, why is it double app.posts? Was I using two? Was this one of the old ones? I think this was one of the old ones. Rest.redirect. I was using this one, I'm pretty sure. App.post, auth, passport.authenticate, local, failure redirect. I had a failure. And then there's next. I don't know if we need next. That's the thing, I don't know how routes work. I know middlewares need next. Okay, let's take this one. So this is for auth. App.post auth. So when you post to auth, passport.authenticate local, failure redirect, auth error. Now how do we get passport in here? This is actually a middleware. Now that I think about it, passport.authenticate. Wait, am I missing a... No, I'm not. I've seen people like attach a middleware to this. So this could be replaced with the function. The middleware function. So passport.authenticate local. And then failure redirect, you'll need to pass in what that would be, but if we don't pass that in, trying to think now, because that would be a middleware. And then in our middleware folder, we have passport.js. Oh, this is so confusing when you try to split it up. Like, I'm not used to it because I do everything in one file. And it's much neater when you have it separate, but now it's just like, it's blowing my mind. Wait, let's look at that example. Someone had an example. Okay, so we've done this successfully. That works now. And then here's the other example, how you can use middleware in any response. App.getProfile, middleware 1. So you just call middleware 1. And to get middleware 1, you require middlewares.middleware1. So I would essentially need to, okay, there's that. Then there was the other one. Where was the other one? What was it called now? It was on GitHub. I remember that, but that's not really going to help me much, is it? Let's look at our history. Oh, there it is. It was the last thing I checked, I think. Perfect. This is the one that I was looking at. I think it was for the roots. Yeah, so you have index.js. And he basically has a constant for each one. API root require APIs. In APIs, you have an index.js, so that's what that's going to have. Let me actually look at these side by side. So require home is home root, and then this is home.js, which is express require express. Is he requiring express each time? No. Home controller is controller's home. Okay, router equal to express.router, router.get. So what's the use of routers? So it's not like app.get. That's the part that confuses me. We normally do app.get or whatever.get, but they use router. Does router just substitute that somehow? So then if you go to that, you get home controller dot index and info home controller dot info. Controller's home. Where's his controllers? In here. There's his controller's home. Rest.render home index title home. Request response rest.render home info title. So that's info. Home controller dot info. Oh, because he has it as an object, so .info, .index, that makes sense, okay. That's to split roots into separate files, I think. Yeah, I'm still also unclear on how it works. But I'm seeing how it works now. I'm just trying to piece this together. But I think once we get this done, like, we won't struggle again. Okay, so piecing that with the other one, this needs to be in a middleware. So passport.authenticate. If we remove the failure redirect, because that's something that may be different depending on what route you're on. So if we remove that and we just have passport.authenticate local, because failure redirect, auth error. That sounds good, Christopher. I'm just trying to figure out how to get this function out of here. Because right now I'm going to have to require passport. So instead of doing that, do we put middlewares in our router? Because if I need to require passports middleware... Wait, what did he do? He did an API route, home route, error route. Okay. He does log express and home controller. Where would this logic be? So this is passport logic, right? So that will be in a middleware. I could technically have it in passport.js, couldn't I? I could have something like... Because I need this stuff, passport.authenticate. How would you pass this in? Because I don't want to import passport. You have a passport.initialize.js? How would you handle this though, if I just need to call passport.authenticate on this route? How would I handle this? You always did a global. No, but it already is set up global. I'm talking about authenticate. If you wanted to authenticate on a specific page, no? Like a login page, for example. So if you go to auth, then it will call passport.authenticate and then make sure that whatever you posted is valid. You would require passport? But doesn't that seem a bit much if I need to use it in all the different places? Or not really? Because I'm already requiring passport here in passport.js, which has all the things. So for that specific route, requiring passport when I could just, you know, call a middleware that already has everything. Or how do you have your login page set up? Because you need to have an auth, no? How do you call passport.authenticate? const bnet auth equal to passport.authenticate bnet. Okay, so that would be kind of like my passport.authenticate local. Okay, then router.get bnet auth. Okay, where would I stick my bnet auth? Where do you have that? That should probably be in my passport.js middleware, shouldn't it? Something like local auth equal to passport.authenticate local, right? Because if that's going to be, if I have a middlewares folder and then a file for each middleware, would it make sense to have that inside of the file that handles that? For example, this is passport's local auth. So if I have local auth inside of passport.js as middleware, I just call that, right? But now I'd still need to export local auth, wouldn't I? I have the previous in... Oh, so you have bnet auth inside your auth.js file? Is that where you require passport? Okay, but if I did it this way, that means I have to export local auth, don't I? Okay, let's play around. Let's just get somewhere, and then once we're somewhere, we can figure out what to do. Oh, there's only one problem now if I do it this way. Our index file. Where's our index file? For the JS. It's going to export... Oh, but I could decide what I want to export, can't I? I could just export passport. Oh, but passport is going to be router and... Okay, let me write this and see if you've got an idea, Christopher. I need router, right? Because router does the use and the... Oh, I see what you mean, but you do the auth. This is global. If I do it this way, Christophers, the reason I'm putting it here is because it's global. It won't be done just on a single, what do you call it? On a single route. Because I'm doing it the way I'm doing it, in my server.js, I do app.use the middlewares. And when it gets to this, the passport.js middleware, it's gonna use on all the routes passport.initialize and passport.session. You know what I mean? So that should stay that way. But then if I just want the local auth, I need to export local auth. Now the question is, how do we get local auth out? So in auth, I could do something like can't I just do localauth equal to require where am I now? Root middlewares passport.js. I could do that, right? Oh, I need to go back one. And then I need to get into middlewares, and then I need to get into passport.js. Isn't it 2 out? Back 1 into auth. Back 1 into roots. Oh, I need to go 3 out. Damn. Okay, but if I have it as middleware's passport, because then I only need to change things in one place. If anything passport related, I change it in there. So I define local auth there, or any other passport stuff that I need. Then I should be able to do passport Well, actually not. I should be able to just do this. Locals. app.post auth locals. Right? And then this should be router. And then I need to... I might have to change this based on what you said earlier, Christopher. But let's try this first. Router equal to require express. Oh, and then I need to still create router. Why do we do it twice? Router equal to router from that, because it's a function. And then router.post. Okay, so this is inside of auth index. And then you still need a main routes, you said. Where you import all the routes. So inside of that I need a new file, index.js. Now let me look back at what you said. I do app.use auth router in my index.js. And then I have auth router in routes auth. Okay, I have that routes auth. Router.get. That's what I did here. Router.post. Which leads to auth login overall. Okay, sorry, I've got like a few different things. I've got to try and mix and match all the information. So this one is need to export to router, yeah. Router express.router. Express.router, and what am I doing? Router equal to require express. Oh, okay, we're just using what's the word? Destructuring. Okay, so we're doing the same thing. Then router, okay, yeah, so that's fine. And then we need to export router. Okay, so I get that. That's for auth. Then inside of the index for the routes, I need auth router. So const auth router equal to require. Where are we? Is this okay? So auth, yeah, just auth. This needs to be a string, something like that, right? And then module.exports. So now if I had multiple routes, I would just export them, right? Is this basically it? Auth router equal to require auth. And then inside of auth, we have the routes, right? Router.post auth. Still gotta figure it out. Once I do it, then I'll be like, wait, no, we can do it this way. But if this is all correct, I'm just gonna have to import this from routes, right? I think he also did it somewhere in the server, in the index.js. Because I'm taking information from 3 different places, Christopher's. And like I like things here and I like things there, and then I've basically got to try to work. So he does routes.initialize server, which is a function. Routes equal to require routes. And then he does, yeah, routes.initialize, which is a function, and then he passes in server, but we don't need to do it that way because we went the other way. Someone did it something else. Where's the other thing I was looking at? We should be able to set up the roots at the bottom. App.use roots. App.use roots. So it'll be the same way as we did the middleware. Where the middleware is app.use middlewares. We would do right at the end. We do app.use roots, where roots is a import which we require roots, right? Don't we have a roots folder? We do, roots. Don't we? Where am I now? I'm in the root. Unable to resolve path roots. Why? Am I missing something? Middleware's roots. What? Module.exports auth router. Why? Unable to resolve path to module roots. What am I doing wrong? Is it not called roots? R-O-U-T-E-S? It is. What the hell? Well, it's not back one, that I can tell you. Wait, it doesn't see it? Oh, I created roots on the app. Oh, I see what happened now. Well, eventually I need to move this. That's what happened. Can you move it, please? No? You're not gonna move it? Okay, for now, let's just have it as app roots. There. Because I'm gonna need to move everything into the roots folder. Okay, so now that we have roots, we should be able to do app.use roots. And then to know it got there, console.log, we got into the roots folder. Okay, let's see if my thing is still on. Is it still working? Hey, it's online. Wait, is it online? Oh no, it's restarting. There, we've got an error. Let's see what the latest error is. The latest error is root.post requires a callback function but got an object. Root.post. Because localauth is an object, is that why? Because we're exporting localauth. But localauth is a... Isn't that a function, Christopher? Passport.authenticate local? How am I calling it? I'm saying localauth is require from middleware's passport.j. Oh, hold on. I have to do this, don't I, Christopher's? Like that? Maybe that will solve the problem? I think we solved one problem. Now it's app.use is the issue. App.use requires a middleware function. For which one now? App.use middlewares. Middlewares exports passport. passport is require passport.js, and that exports router. Oh, we need to take router now. I just realized. We need router from passport.js. Gonna quickly turn very messy. Okay, let's see what's happening now. Is it stable? I think it might be stable. Oh, I think it might be stable. Whew, what a mess this is. But let's see what's happening. Okay, cool, it's working. No errors, good. Now, our first route is at auth. Let's see what happens when we go to auth. I'm gonna wipe the output. Gonna wipe output and let's see what happens. So let's go to auth. Oh, that seems to work. Oh, but it'll only work on post, right? Because the route is post to auth, then redirect. Okay, well, let's see if it works. I think we still have the redirect for the success, don't we? So if I put the right password in. Okay, it redirected to the front page, which it should. Great. Any errors? Oh, it actually worked! Did it work though? Weren't we supposed to get a message when we posted to it? When we got into it, we were supposed to get... we got into the roots folder. Oh, but I'm exporting auth router, that's why. Christopher's, I think we actually did it. We actually separated the logic. And there you can see we logged in. Do I have a log out? Did I create a log out? No, I didn't create a log out. Oh, it actually worked. It is so exciting. But now, is it what we need? We have an index.js. Okay, so that's the root for all of them, right? But now, why do I have a folder called auth? Should I just have a file called auth router? Is it overkill having a folder? Because I'm thinking, what else would you stick in auth? It's a root, right? Would you have auth, which is the index, and then auth login, auth logout? Is that what I would have in the folder, Christopher's? Or how do you do it? Because my logic would be now, okay, we have a auth index.js. Yeah. Okay, let's do our usual thing that we do. Visualize. So we got roots, right? Then we're gonna have, well, the way it is currently, we have this auth. And then inside of auth we have index.js. So this contains the index of everything that happens at auth.js. Now, do I have a folder? No, not a folder. So I assume I need a file, right? Login.js. Or how would I have it? Where would the logic be for login? Because these are the roots that we're gonna have. Auth, login, auth, logout. Where do they go? Do they just go in the index? Should they have... I have router.get session, router.get bnet, router.get bnet callback, and router.get logout in my routes auth. Okay, so oh, I see what you mean. You don't have an index. Interesting. Yeah. Okay, so by your logic, I have routes auth.js, and then I have an index.js, correct? Which tells it, hey, import auth into index, right? But what if we start getting like too many routes? I mean, at least they're all in one place, but oh, I get what you mean, because auth will control as many things as you have after auth. So auth login, auth logout, auth whatever you feel like. So for every folder, essentially, or path, you create a new JS file. Yeah. Versus my way, which would be overkill. Auth login, auth logout. Versus this way, a folder called auth, index.js, login, logout. Yeah, because you would have like one line in it, basically. And having a folder called auth versus having a single file called auth, it's the same thing. You're not saving. If I was creating multiple things related to auth, then sure, that would work. But in this case, it wouldn't. Okay, so refactor this. What do we have currently? We have routes auth. So it should technically be this auth needs to be renamed to auth. That's so cool. I love how it automatically updates the exports. And then we move auth into routes. So that now it's just auth, which is auth. Perfect. Then we get rid of the auth folder. And there we go. Then we go routes. Routes, auth, index. It would be nice if index was by itself, but I mean, other than that, yeah. Okay, so index requires that, and then there's auth.js, okay. And then router.post auth, we call local auth request response. Rest.redirect. So then that works. What about the failure redirect? How do I get that? I guess we don't need a failure redirect. We'll have to figure out something else. So app.get auth success would need to move into a route as well. So that ends up going into auth as well. And then instead of app, it's router.get auth success. If not, request.user, return rest.redirect. Back to auth we go. Otherwise, welcome. Okay. Huh, so we literally just moved that. That's nice. And then auth.error is router. So do you understand how router works, Christopher? Or do you also just like barely get it? It just works. Because it's interesting. App is usually Express. Whatever you named your Express client. So if it's app, server, whatever, and then you do whatever the name .use or .get. But then how does router work? And why use router over, you know, the name of your thing? And then app.get auth logout, request.logout. So that should be all of it. Then I should be able to restart now. And everything should work. So if I go to auth success, we're still the same person. And if I go to auth logout, we should get logged back in, logged back out. So then if I go to success, it's gonna take me back to the login page. Yeah, that seems to be working. I'm really happy right now. Because I know it's like probably stupid to you, but it's so much nicer working in an environment where everything is separated. Like, I know it seems like a lot now, and you're like, what the hell is going on? And everything's everywhere, because yes, I agree, everything is everywhere, because I'm still trying to move things. But once it's done, essentially every bit of logic will be in one place to find it. So it's like, for routes, you just come here. Here's the index. This is every route I handle. And then for authentication, this is everything under authentication. You know what I mean? You don't go and you like check this file and then check this file and like, where is everything? It's just one place. And that's what I wanted. But obviously in the beginning, I wrote everything in one file and it was an absolute mess. Like, that's why I'm moving everything out of server.js. Do you see what I mean? Because it worked in one file, but like, how do you manage it? Like, how do you handle it? Like, it's just jumbled up. So this is going to be so much better. Don't know if it's better to use request.isAuthenticator instead for check for request.user. I'll look. Because someone just said you could do request.user. Is that a passport? I'm assuming it's passport that does that, right? Yeah, it is. Is there no documentation? Let's see what people say. For any request, you can check if a user is authenticated or not using this method. If request is authenticated, next, else, rest.redirect login. Oh, so it's the same thing as I'm doing, just their own version. I don't know how they implement it, but that's how they do it. So we got a local strategy. Yeah, it's pulled in. Yeah, so we could do that then, I guess. But then why would you create a function to call a function? Oh, so that you can go redirect or something, right? This is smart. We could probably do something like this. In our passport.js middleware. Do we do something like... Look how they use that function with app.get. Yeah, that is what I was... That's how I'm doing it though. I was just calling localauth instead. Where's our one? This one. So for me, auth is local auth request response. Local auth being passport.authenticate local. This is just if you are logged in, check authentication. And I think we always want to call authentication, don't we? Wait, what are you complaining about? Unexpected token. If request is authenticated, can you chain them? Yeah, because then I don't have to create mega functions, just keep simple functions. So if request is authenticated, return next. Else, res.redirect login. But this is a root, do you know what I mean? So having this here now, you start having conflict. Because then I would have to change the root here. Do you see where it starts becoming an issue? So if I wanted that logic, I need it inside of here. Router.post auth. Actually, I just take this inside, don't I? If request.is authenticated, next, else, res.redirect, whatever our login is. We actually need to create an auth login. We actually don't use next though, do we, Christophers? We just redirect. If request is authenticated, res.redirect back to the home page, else res.redirect auth login. Yeah. Oh, you meant down here too, yeah. This is actually going to be auth login. We're not going to have an auth. Well, what would we have in auth? I'm wondering now what the path should be. Auth login or just auth to log in? What would you do? Because we have auth logout currently. and replace that. I just don't know if it's login or just auth. I think we can keep it shorter. Basically just check if you're already authed. But why would I have it in post? Oh, I see. Okay, let's see what happens now. So success works, perfect. Log out, perfect. Success takes me to the login like it should. That takes us back to the home page, and if I go back to auth, oh, because we're trying to do a get instead. This only works on post. So when you get to get, we need a, don't we have a get for auth? I think we do, but I think it's still on the server. App.get auth, yeah, there we go. Here's the other thing I'm gonna need. Do you have a views folder, Christopher's? Because right now we've just been doing static stuff, but what if I need a server file? So app.get auth is going to send a file, auth. Auth being an HTML file. Oh, that can be part of my admin thing though, can't it? Where am I now? I'm in roots, so I need to get out by 1 and then into admin. But why are you complaining? Oh, that's why. Why aren't you complaining that you can't resolve this? Normally it complains. My view is another app made with React in my backend. I don't have any view stuff. Oh, okay. Fair enough, yeah. I have to also create something like that, but for now it will have to be like this, rest.send file auth. Because yeah, I don't have a front-end framework or anything right now. Oh, I just realized we don't have anything here. Hold on. Router.get. Depending on what our authentication is, we need to do something. If we are authenticated, go back to the home page. Otherwise, send the file. Yeah, but don't worry, I'm not gonna do that. I want to create a React app. How did you include your React app? Do you just... I'll figure it out when I get to that point. I'm not going to ask now and then probably forget. But one thing I'm noticing, Christopher, is we have a lot of duplication. Do you see it? If request authenticated, do this, else do that. If authenticated, do this, else do that. If... That just feels bad. I mean, there are different routes, but does it have to be like that? I mean, we could turn it into a ternary operator, turn it into a single line, but I mean, that's not the point. It's duplication. It's the same thing. That's our logic for checking if the user is logged in. I think that's where middleware comes into play, right? You stick it on the root itself. Like they did in the Stack Overflow post? Which one? This one? But that's only still for one path. Oh, do you mean where I only do one thing next? Otherwise redirect always back to the login page. Yeah. But then what do we do for the if it does pass? It returns next. I need to still figure out how next works, because I think I'm not quite getting that. I know next will continue in the stack of things, but how would that work in our case? What would next be? You go to some path, you run the check authentication function. Check authentication is if the request is authenticated, next. Would next mean that it would do this, else it will... Can I essentially just have res.sendFile in here by itself without any checks? And that function will be like... I guess we could find out, like just try it. It will go to the next function in the chain. But what would the function be in our example of the root? If the root is some path, check authentication. Oh, you mean the function here, this one? Next as in this function. Oh, please tell me it's that. Is that how it works? You chain multiple functions here? So it's next, next, next. Oh, dude, I'll be so happy if it's that. Oh, wow. Let's find out. If request is authenticated, next. Else rest.redirect, that is our auth, right? So then all we do is router.getAuth. Then we need to pass in check authentication. Oh wait, I don't do it like that, right? It's a callback. So check authentication, and then we can just do rest.redirect. But now this makes this redundant. I don't need to do the check. So if you get to auth, oh, basically just res.redirect to go back here. Go back to the home page. Else res.redirect auth. But what's that auth? Get auth. Oh, get auth is where we... Whoops, it's the wrong one. I need send file auth, right? So if we get here, we send the file to auth. Wait, I'm so confused. If you failed authentication, we're going to redirect you to auth. Auth is send file. It will give you the login page. When you're done with that, you post. Oh, then we do res. Okay, I got it. So remove this stuff. And then here, we do local auth. That's what you need next. Because it's not going to do this. I actually wonder if it's going to do this. How do we test this? Because it's a middleware. If I don't have next, it means it's not going to get to check authentication, right? What does that mean? Does it mean we won't redirect? Let's find out. But I have a feeling it won't move on when we try to post to auth. Are we logged in right now? We are logged in right now. Okay, we're struggling trying to go to auth. Why? Why is it doing this? Let's find out. Error? Any errors? Oh, cannot find module auth. Wait, what? Really? Now or earlier? Oh, this was earlier. What's the latest issue? Unexpected token. Wait, is this old as well? Unexpected token. No, that's old. Let me save and try again. Okay, so you're fine. It's something with my roots. Probably because I didn't call next. Yeah, there's no errors. What did I mess up? Where's config? Config. There you are. What did I close? I closed something. Anyway, we're trying to get to auth. Check authentication. If request is authenticated, next. Else, res.redirect auth. And that's a get. Wait, do I have an infinite loop basically? This is get auth, which calls check authentication. And if you're not authenticated, it calls auth. That's why you probably had auth login. I didn't have auth login. I was considering adding it. It was always auth. So if I understand this correctly, it's just going back and forth. We get to auth, it redirects to auth. We get to auth. How do I stop it? Because I wanted to get into send file. Do I have to call next here? Because I need to get there. It's stuck here, if I'm not mistaken. Let's try. Let's add next. I don't know if that will work, but we can find out. Okay, let's find out. Auth. We need a login file. Nope, we're not getting a login file. So you want me to create a new root now, Christopher? So this is going to be auth login then. But either way, even if I did it redirect to auth login, it will still do the infinite loop. You know what I mean? That won't change anything. It's like we can't have the authentication check on this path, specifically because the check will redirect to the very same path. The path is auth, the redirect is auth. It's going to go back and forth. How was it when it was working? Well, for one, I didn't have this function. It was a function basically, which said if you're authenticated, redirect to the home page, otherwise send file. You think I should do it for once without this? I just feel there must be another way, something we're missing. It needs to redirect, that's fine. So the first thing is, are you authenticated? Yes, no. If you are, cool, let's continue. Otherwise, redirect to auth. I don't think there's any way around it, because next would imply that it gets here. It never gets here, therefore it never even gets the file to send. Yeah, so I think we can't do check authentication here. We basically need to do a if statement. Unless you can like show me another way. I think this is the only way. If request is authenticated, rest.redirect, else rest.send file auth. Just for the login page, because this is a login page. And then this covers every route on auth. Well, actually not every route on auth. We must probably end up turning this into a middleware if we can. Because that will basically be how we check if we logged in. So then this should work now. Oops. So auth success will take us... Oh, path must be absolute or specify route to rest.send file. Is that not right? Get out of here, into admin, and there's auth.html. Okay, what if I make a current working directory? Current working directory forward... What are you complaining about? Oh. Oh no, I don't remember what it was like before. Was it env? Process.cwd, I think. I think it's process.current working directory /admin. Yeah, that should be what it wants. No? Is that wrong? Path must be absolute or specify route to rest.send file. Path must be absolute. Why is it not process.current working directory? Wait, what is current working directory referring to? The server that spawned it, right? Then it should be admin auth. Admin auth. And if I do it this way... Wait, I had it like this, didn't I? 2 out. But it also complained about this, I think. No, it's also complaining. Why are you complaining now? I'm so confused. This... Wait, which file? Auth.js, line 21. Oh. No, wait, that is it. So out one, where are we? We roots. So out one takes us in. Oh. It's not 2. King Code, hey! How's the studying going? Finally you're back? I am back. How you been? Must be absolute or specify root to res.send. I'm not getting this error message. Path must be absolute. Okay, but I used current working directly and it wasn't working. Like, I don't want to move that file, but... this is frustrating. Wait, where is our current working directory? I'm sure we used it before. This is what I used before. There's no reason why this shouldn't work. This should work exactly the same. Auth. This entire line should work. Process.c. Oh, because I didn't call it. Okay, I didn't call it as a function. But a store doesn't work. What? Path must be absolute. It is absolute. It is. Current working directory. Okay, okay. We need to go Google what this returns. What does this return? Method returns a current working directory of the node.js process. Okay, so that should have worked. That should have worked. So we would have gotten into the root, and then we would have gotten into the admin folder, and then gotten the auth.html file. So why isn't it working then? Res.send file auth. It is in the same scope, isn't it? Yeah. And this is the stuff that blows my mind. Of things that worked, but now they don't. Path must be absolute, which it is. Or specify root. Okay, let me just Google this as well. Maybe someone else had a similar issue. I need to specify root in a config object? Oh, I see. So it's not quite the way that I thought it would be. I need to add a root path. So rest.send file. You specify the file. Interesting. So okay, so this is what auth needs to become. We need the file, so auth.html in the first part. Followed by the root. So process.cwd/admin, would that work? Let's find out. Wait, this is a mess now. I can't. I wonder if it's all a string, if that will still work. Let's find out. Oh, it needs an object, that's why. This isn't this isn't an object. But how would you do this in a single variable? Because the first part is a string, the second part is an object. You can't do that. Basically, it needs to be something like this. Root process.current working directory /admin. Turn this. That's what it should be. What does it want root to be? Is it not going to find auth inside of admin? Okay, what if root is the current working directory? And then we do admin like that. How about that? Fuck. What is the issue? Oh, now our error is in use because our address is in use because I've restarted it so many times. All the same error. Start it up again. Okay, there we go. Auth. Wait, what? Now it's working? Was it a bug with something else, or did this finally work? Doing it this way. I don't know, but it works now. That was annoying. Okay, so success will redirect us to auth. Then when we log in, we get taken to the front page. Then if we try to go to auth, we'll be redirected to the front page. Perfect. And if we go to success, we'll see that. And if I try to go to auth, front page, perfect. And if I go to logout, front page, perfect. Try to go to auth, great. Okay, we need to now know if we're logged in or logged out. So this is where we're gonna have to start creating a React app. Christopher, is you still there? Because if you are, I need to ask you, how do we... Okay, so from what I've seen, Node is very cool in that you can send a response, right? You just send a text response if you want something very simple like res.send or send an HTML file or whatever. Very easy, straightforward. How do we incorporate that with React? Because obviously I need to import, I need React DOM, and then I need to create an app like I did before. I'm gonna have to go look back on one of my other projects. And obviously things like state, that would be super useful, because now I'm thinking, okay, how do I display the UI? I can store that in state, the logged in state, so I can have, you know, the top right say welcome this or log in, you know, if not. We can have a lot of cool things happening. But where would I store that? Because right now this works. We have roots for our roots, we have models, we have controllers. How do you, like, where does the app go? Everything's going to be in an app folder, right? But what is that? Is it the home page? Is it the entire thing? Do I create pages? So the home page is one React page, the login page is another React page, or like how? Because I've never done that. That's another thing. I've always just created one React app and everything's in one file. You know what I mean? I've never created multiple pages before.
Atrigan is following the family.
Atrigan, thank you so much for that follow and welcome to the family. You use fetch to call the API? What API? No, I meant just displaying the page, you know? Maybe I should go open one of my React projects and show you what I mean. Let's take the Pomodoro. Let me show myself what I mean as well. So I have nothing in the HTML. Wait, did they change things now? Oh, this is not my Pomodoro, that's why. I'm like, what? This one. Okay, so you see, you just have like a div or whatever, and then inside of that your app will be exported to that. Render, React DOM.render, and you specify where. That's easy. You have the app there, that's easy. But now stuff like this. So in the render method, return, all of this stuff. Yeah, you can have multiple pages spread over multiple files using React Router. Okay, let me go Google that. Why do I need React Router versus just using basic React? Declarative routing for React. Okay, that doesn't really explain anything to me if I don't understand what it does. Provides the core routing functionality for React Router. But you might not want to install it directly. If you're writing an application that will run in the browser, you should instead install React Router DOM. Similarly, if you're writing a React Native application, you should install React Router Native. Okay. That still doesn't explain to me why I need it. Maybe their GitHub page has more information.
Hey there, I'm going to show you around React Router version 4. It's in beta right now and it's pretty awesome. I've got a simple app right here, not too much going on. When the component mounts, we fetch some gists from GitHub and then we set the state. Down here, when we get the gists, we map them and we make these sidebar items. And then we have a main section. So we want to build a master detail here where we see a list of the gists, the public gists over here. And then we want to see some content over here for each one of them. Also have these other components. They're just components with some inline styles just to make the demo a little bit nicer looking. So when you're building your app, you kind of build your screen and you're not sure where the URLs are. You're not sure what the UI is going to look like. And React Router is aware of that, and so you don't have to do a whole bunch of stuff up front and make these big decisions about your app. When the UI looks the way you want it, then you can go in and add the routes to those pieces.
Okay, but I know exactly what I want. So, yeah. Here's a good example. Okay, landing page, profile page, login page, okay. Router history equal to history. What's a history? Switch. What's a switch? Root path. Wait, does it literally handle the pathing in the URL? So if you were to go to landing page, does it handle the same way as get? So I don't have to do like app.get landing page is do this. Wait, really? Like for real now, no jokes. So I don't have to do app.get. So this doesn't do logic though, right? This is purely if I want to just display something. Well, I mean, I can't do logic because it's React, but I mean, for our case, we'll just have it display data. And then we could still use app.get in our routes to like do certain things, right? Or are we just going to use this to render information? Okay, so I'm gonna have JSX I can see. We're gonna have a views folder, login page. So basically features like before. Your React app and your backend app are completely separated. Oh yeah, I just realized, because how's it gonna actually... I can't do things on the backend, it's client side. React can't interact server side, can it? With any modules? Are there modules that allow it to interact server side? Because I've never done the full stack before. I've only ever done either server side or client side. I've never brought them together. So this is actually going to be our first full stack. You use fetch. Okay, that's if I wanted to interact. But in our case, are you saying this will work? I will go to this path and I will get this component rendered, and it will look like that. And then on my server, if I do app.get landing page, or rather, let's say I was rendering login page. I go to login page, React will render the login page, right? Then on node side, I can do app.get login page, this path, right? And then, or rather on a post, handle that logic, right? Because that'll be really cool then. Now in your component login page you fetch and then use the JSON you get from that to make your front-end logic out of this. Is that the only way? I thought it does it automatically. That's the point of the router. So if I want what I wanted, then I need to do static pages, right? Static HTML pages. And do all the logic on the back end, not the front end. Is that a React thing or a React router thing? Fetch? I'm assuming that's a React router thing. Oh, fetch is vanilla? Really? I never worked with fetch before. Oh, right, I remember, because I would do the old HTTP request, right? XHTTP? So that's the equivalent of that now, more modern. So I have to fetch the URL and then use the JSON you get from that. That sounds so complicated. So when I post, right? Let's say I'm posting from login. The server picks up that request. And then it can redirect, right? So I don't have to do anything on React side for that. But why do I need fetch? Why can't I just browse to that path? Oh, because it's gonna redirect, right? In our router. It's gonna take you to auth. But then why can't, when it triggers auth, why can't React router pick up that path and then display the auth page? Wasn't that the point? Because if that's not the point, then what's the point of using React router? Because from my understanding, it seems it just has a path and then what it renders at that path. Is that it? Your backend and your frontend don't share any code base? Yeah, no, but what I mean is when you go to a specific URL, you're going to automatically create a request, right? So a GET request. So if I go /login, I'm going to create a GET request to my server. Oh, how do I... Yeah, how do I render the page? Because I gotta tell it to render a React page. Isn't there a way to do that though? Like, tell it to render a JSX file? There's server-side rendering, no? Hydrate. I love their fancy names. Do you know anything about React server? React DOM server, Christophers? Because I mean, normally you still need JavaScript to render React, no? So if you don't have JavaScript enabled, well, no page for you. Well, at least from the app that we were taught to create from Free Code Camp. You use React server-side rendering only for the initial rendering of your page. Oh, I get what you mean. I get what you mean, Christopher. Let's say I had a button, right? Click the button. Increment, decrement. Locally, that data is stored in state, right? But that's local. So for me to get that value to the server, I'm going to have to interact, some kind of API, right? To take it from the front end to the back end, right? The HTML that you get initially is basically only like div, ID app div. Yeah, everything gets rendered into this div by JavaScript code from, yeah, I get that. But what server-side rendering does, it serves the full code of your div, ID app, on the initial page load into the HTML. Okay, right, I got you now. But still there's no interaction, right? Okay, so first question. React router. am I wrong in assuming that if I went to auth, it will show me an auth page if I set it up, and if I went to auth login, it would show me the auth login page. Although it won't handle any logic, as in the actual login and like the handling of the, the password entering and that, will it actually render those pages based on the path that I'm in? Yeah, you're fetching a JSON object. Hmm. Right, I get what you're doing. So why do we need React Router? Like, how would we do it in vanilla? Well, I say vanilla. How would we do it in React without React Router? You can't do multi-page React app without React Router? Well, I mean, technically you could have index pages, right? So index.html, React app, about.html, the about stuff, right? You would do it that way, but it would just be a pain. Is that what you mean? I mean, technically you can, but the user wouldn't be able to hotlink to a specific page if you said, wow. Oh, so React was always only made with... So... Wow. So it was really just made for single page apps, or just apps? Like a game or something, not really a website. So that's why they created React Router, huh? But why is the documentation like the explanation? not describing that. Let's go back again. Like, maybe it's just too technical for me. Specifying, oh, it's routing and that, cool. You should know what a router is. Instead of saying, you can have multiple app pages. And also the usage doesn't seem to be here. There's installation, but... So if I don't use Webpack, then what would happen? Because I haven't used Webpack before. Oh, it takes everything that's not vanilla modules with dependencies and turns it into static assets. So you could just render it. Is Angular the same? Do you know? Does it have the same limitation? Alright, okay, cool. Okay, so that's what I need. Do I need to do create React app or something? Can I just have the two things that I need that I've worked with before, which is React and React DOM? Like to my package. Because now I'm obviously working in one folder. What would be the best way going forward? Because right now everything is server side on my folder. It's a node server. But I'm assuming you're going to probably tell me I need two folders. Keep the server separate, keep the client separate. I didn't really think about that at all, honestly. I was doing everything server side. And now that I think about it, you probably want to have client side separate in case you start messing things up, huh? It's much easier to develop with Create React App, but what you want to maybe do instead of using React for the view, use a Express.js template engine like Pug for your view. Then you can have your view logic on the server side too. Express.js template. Like advanced node and express chapter, yeah. Yeah, I know how templates work. Then you have the stuff that you normally will have, like headers and footers, right? And then the stuff that changes, you basically only add stuff for the specific page where something's changed. Okay, let's ask ourselves something. What is the purpose of the app? It's gonna be, initially, you will have some selections, you'll make the selections, and then a function will generate the output. It needs to interact with the database to get the output, but that's about it. Why did I want to do React? I guess to have experience creating a full stack app. And state, because the stuff like are you logged in or not, React can store that in state, and then I could use that to display at the top right, like log in, log out. If you're logged in, it will show log out, otherwise it will show log in, you know what I mean? Yeah, that's what I did in the last days for my app. Oh, you mean the free code camp stuff? No, the app I'm currently working on, I meant in the previous days. Oh, right. Okay, well, I'm gonna need to know how to do front and back end. So, again, to ask my question, it would be better to separate them, right? As in, I have my app, currently server-side, in its own folder. And I shouldn't add React to that, right? Because they're not the same. One is server-side, one is client-side. So should I have two folders then? Because they're anyway separate. What do you think? That would keep things neater, wouldn't it? Hey, we got the test. Where did I get the test from now? Somewhere. We're not using Mongoose here. Because you told me how I can import that, so bye bye Mongoose. Oh, there was test. In the project I currently work, I have two completely separate project folders. In the app before that, I had a client folder inside the server app. In the app before, I had a client folder inside the server app. Oh, okay. Yeah, I think two separated project folders because they essentially are separate, front and back end. Yeah, definitely. I agree. I would have done that either way. But I just want to make sure because I don't know if you bundle it. Gotta ask these things. So, where am I getting the middleware? Oh, right. Server, middleware, where's the middleware? Where am I logging the middleware? Okay, perfect. So now that we know that's working. So this will use everything under middlewares, which is currently router. So let's add multiple middlewares, Christopherus. I'm using app.use middlewares, and I'm getting router from passport.js. Does that mean I should name it something else? Because what are we really doing here? This is just the only thing I want to understand, which I'm not getting. This basically applies passport.initialize and passport.session. How is that different to a root? If these are roots, where you go to somewhere specific. Oh, is a middleware something that you attach to a root, right? So if I'm doing app.use, but I didn't even specify a root, I'm just saying use, it will basically apply to every root, right? Now, what do you have in your root, by the way, for the root? Do you just put the root in the root of the index, or do you create a like home file and then put the logic in there? I think passport is something you want to attach to your whole app. Yeah, so I've done that. So that's why we use app.use middlewares, right? Where middlewares has passport as the middleware. Okay, so session is also a middleware. So we need to figure out then how do we do it for session. We're gonna have to create a new one. If that's passport, this is session. So we create a new file, I guess, session.js. And in session.js, we're gonna move uncomment that and stick that in there. And then this ends up becoming router, like before. Passport. We need these things. And then create router. Where's my... There it is. That one. Okay, so router equal to router, and then router dot use session. So we need to import session from server and Mongo store. So that needs to go, and that needs to go, but we technically need to bring both of these with us. We want session, and we want Mongo store from session. Router.use session, there's Mongo store. Mongoose.connection. How do we get the Mongoose connection? I guess we need to require Mongoose. So express session, Mongoose. Or do I export Mongoose from the server? What's a better way? Require Mongoose? It should be fine, right? It should be the same connection. Router equal to router. Router.use session. Then I have to export session. Here's where things get a bit tricky, Christophers. This is where I'm a bit unsure. And maybe you have an answer. Okay, so I export router, that's fine. All is good now. But now when I'm gonna come to the middleware, like what? Do I say... Do you see where the issue comes in? This needs to be from session.js. What am I importing? I can't have two routers. Do I name them something else? Didn't even know that you can abuse router for stuff like this. That's what I was telling you all along. That's what was in that example. I don't understand router. That's why I asked you to explain it to me. But it seems like you didn't either. You were just saying that you could use it to specify routes. But I don't know. Middlewares are routes, except that you didn't specify what routes. When you use app.use, that's for all routes, right? I just realized I'm being dumb. I could just do something like this. I could just do passport JS, right? Or just passport, right? And session. And then just do passport session, right? Something like that. I kept thinking that this will include the... Oh wait, but now it's gonna want passport, right? Christopher, if I do it this way, it's gonna want passport out of that, right? Which doesn't exist. How can I make it give me just router? Do you see where my issue comes in now? I want to get router from here into here and export it. Passport router? Oh. Smart. As an object. So passport, you mean like this? Router. So when I get passport, it will get router, right? Is that what you meant? Or is there a better way to do this? Like, I just want the neatest way. It doesn't have to be called passport. I just need to be able to export these different middlewares so that they'll all be used. Let's go test it though. It's gonna scream at us. Secret option required for sessions. Uh-oh. Router has already been declared. Wait, is that now? Secret option required for sessions. Thought about doing it in the destructuring in the require. Oh, that'll be neater, won't it? Where will it actually be neater to do it? Did you mean like this? Passport router? Or... where were you going to do it in the destructuring? Maybe it was some other weird syntax in the destructuring? Oh, for that, yeah. Here's the other thing. Process.env.secret. I think it can't reach it because now we're in another file. In server... Wait, did I also import it here? Did I import it? No, I didn't. In server we specified that require.env.config, right? And we told her what the path is. So that we could do process.env. But then why can't I access secret from here? Well, actually, let's see if we can. It's not telling me it's not found. It should have stored it. Secret is undefined. I thought it's global. I thought process.env is part of node. And then on server initialization it adds secret to it, no? Wait, is this weird thing? PM2 kill? I'm gonna restart the server completely, because sometimes there's been some weird stuff that happens. Before I start like looking alternatives. Okay, it should be online. It seems to be undefined. Process.env.secret. Why was it empty? Oh, you can specify the env. I'm just using native Windows environment variables. How does that work, Christopher? You search in your Windows search for environment variables, and then you get to the CTL where you can edit them. What's the CTL? Let's look at the documentation of .env. Okay, so it has a value, but then why can't I get them? If I don't need to specify MongoDB for each one. Wait, I did have to for the other one. Oh, you mean Windows environment variables? I forgot about that. You can actually use those? That's crazy. But yeah, I wouldn't want to clutter that up. And what when I push it to production, you know? I need a file that has all the configuration. I think to solve this problem, I'm gonna have to require.env. But there must be another way around this. I want to just see if it works, obviously. But then... what will the path be? If we're in session now, we need to get out one. Middlewares goes to... is there a config folder? Where's the config folder? Oh, there it is. Yeah, that should work. But now let's see if it actually does work. Nope. PM2 list. Waiting restart. PM2 list. No, it keeps restarting. Something's wrong. What's wrong? Okay, kill you. And let's start it up again. And then before I start it up, there's something that's still logging everything. I don't want that. What am I logging? Was it here? No, was it here? Yes, it was. There we go. And let's start it. Still the same. Secrets undefined. Secret option required for sessions. Yeah, I get that. But then why require.env process.env.secret? Is the path right? Where are we? We're in middleware. So we get out into one. Cool, now we're in here. And then we get into config. And there's our .env. So that should have worked. So if we go process.env.secret, it should have had a value, but I'm missing something. Oh, there's .env safe. Oh, that's cool. Ensure they are defined. That's pretty smart, actually. What do you think of that, Christopher? Process.env always accesses the system environment variables. .env just hooks into that. So in my production systems that are Linux based, I use native Linux environment variables. So what you're saying is I shouldn't have to define require.env here because it's already done in the server, right? But then why is process.env.secret empty? Here's our env right here. And it's got secret right there. So why is it empty? Process.env. What am I missing? What am I missing? You know, I could probably do this in PM2. PM2 as environment variable. I thought it was specific to that plugin. I didn't realize you can create them regardless. So env. Oh, do you just have it in there? Node env. Oh. So env, and then you could set env production so you could choose which one you use. Let's see if that works. So I just need an env. Oh, I have an env. Gonna use your name like I always do. I had no idea it works like this. If this works, I'll be so happy. Because now I don't need to use the other thing. I think I just didn't understand it. Test value! It worked! Oh, it worked! So then why did I use that module? What is the benefit to using the module if I could just do this? Do it this way. Or is it if you don't have something that manages it, I guess? Because then I can move all of my env stuff to that file. And have different values based on what's wrong with port? Shorthand property assignments are valid only in destructuring patterns. What? It's not because it's is port already taken? Maybe it's reserved? Huh, okay. But then why is port an issue? I'm not specifying port anywhere else. Wait. No, I'm not. Passing error. Shorthand property. Is it because it's named port? Is that literally? No, it's not. What the hell? So it's not because it's named port. Oh. I see what the issue is. It's not the same format, it's JSON format. That took me a while to figure out. That's what I had before with Christopher's, right? Yeah. Okay, cool. There we go. So MongoDB URI, secret, port, environment development. So if I had env production, Port. Okay, so it should get everything from there. That means I don't need this file anymore. So I should be able to just remove this. And then start the app up again. We might get an error if I didn't remove this. Yeah, that will be an error. But the app is listening on the right port. The secret. Oh, we got the secret now. Hey! When was this error? 349. Is that current right now? Hey! Look at that! I can't remember what we were trying to do. Oh, see if it still works now. Because of all the changes. Okay. Hey, look at that! Will it take us to success? No. Okay, but I think, was there an issue with the database? The passwords do match, so it is connecting to the database. User for Christopher's 911. Do you remember that one, Christopher's? Ah, fun times. Wait, what are all these secrets? Are these the old? Secret undefined. Test value undefined. Wait, I'm so confused now. Was this the old stuff or what? No, the secret's there now. Okay, so I don't know why it's wanting me to log in again if I already am logged in. Let's check our storage. Do we have a value in here? Yes, we do. So it lets me log in and it redirects me, which is great. But then if I go to auth success, it clearly isn't saving it for some reason. So auth success takes us to, there's nothing there, okay. And then logging in, how do we get to the secret? Here, under session. Session is only when the app starts once. Process.env.secret. Router.use. Okay, let's see what happens now. It should start it up again. There it is. We got secret, we got all the values. So clearly it does get secret, it does get there. Else it wouldn't say secret. Router.use session. There's the secret, and the store is a new Mongo store. Mongoose connection. Are we defining a new connection before the middleware? Mongoose.connect. Then is it maybe this is happening before that? I wonder if it's getting here, because something is not keeping the session anymore. We need express session here. We need mongoose to get mongoose.connection. We need mongo store. Which requires session and mongoose. And then router, which we already know of. So store is new mongo store. Take the mongoose connection. Okay, the other thing we can do is mongoose connection and mongoose.connection. That's the other thing we can do to figure out what's going on. There you go. Mongoose connection. Collection users. So it does have a connection. So let's see what happens first. Successfully connected to the date. Yeah, so successfully connected to the database. Then it shows secret. Now when does that message show? Successfully connected to the database. There. So successfully connected to the database. Then it shows the secret. And then we see the mongoose connection. So it's not that. So what else would prevent it from storing the session? Because it was working up until now. Router.use session. What did we have before? Check if request.session ID keeps the same on each request. Where do you want me to check that? You mean every time I reload the server? Console log it in one of the routes. Okay. I guess we can. I don't know where you wanted me to put the route. Silent Gaming, hey, how are you doing? I'm good. Just trying to wrap some things up for a login page. How about yourself? Request.session ID. So you want me to put it there in the root and then also put it when the server starts? Oh, we won't have a request there though. Always fun stuff, and I had to wipe my PC. Oh man, that sucks. So re-downloading my tools and projects. Oh. I used to use Nineite, was it? Nineite installer. Helped me so much. You can like specify all the apps that you use, you just tick them, and it gives you one download like installer, and then you run that and it installs it all for you. I don't know if there's like been advancements to that, but that's something to consider. I rephrase. I was too lazy to dig around the registry and fix everything. Yeah, sometimes it just things fuck out. One thing I really need to get into is making a clean copy of the system image and then installing stuff separately, maybe to a different drive, and using symlinks or something so that if things mess up I can just wipe the drive and all the data will still be there. Okay, so we want the session ID, right? And we're only going to get the session ID what am I logging? That's on every session. Oh, that should only happen once. So we are gonna get the session ID from auth. Every time I go to auth. Okay, there's one. Request is not defined. Wait, now? What's the time? 3:50. No, that was old. That was old. Why didn't I get a message? Weird. Why am I not getting messages? Console.log, request session ID, request.session ID, under auth. Oh, that's when I'm posting. Ah. Okay. Post. 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 3 posts. Store no session ID? What? Oh, it's a bad request. Is it because I didn't put something in? It actually says unauthorized. I didn't realize it does that. There you go. Wait. Cannot destructure property valid password of undefined or null. Valid password of undefined or null. Cannot destructure property valid password of undefined. I guess we have to handle that somewhere else. That's a valid password though. Oh, because valid password, what does valid password return again? Validate password, where did we have that? We had that as a controller, I think it was. That was under user. Validate was under model, if I'm not mistaken. That one. Pre-save, we attached here validate password. User password and user. Compare. So it returns a response. Valid password is the response. Well, it should return true or false. It should literally be true or false. We should see it in response. In out. Incorrect, 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 incorrect. Incorrect username. Why is it not logging though? Console.log passwords match. This is so weird. It should have logged. Validate password. Oh wait, are we not using validate password? Lucky this is just a work PC, so nothing important on it. Oh yeah. That's good then. So what info are you getting from Assassin's Creed? Nothing yet. but it will basically be anything mission related, and basically just try to give you missions based on whatever you filter that you require at the time. So just efficiency, I guess. You need this, it will tell you to do that kind of thing. I'm just still trying to get the login system to work. Not having much luck there. So this is user. That's not. Where do we get the authentication? Authentication happens on is authenticated, which happens in Passport. Passport's middleware, which is local auth is passport.authenticate local. And that in turn is in Passport's config, where we specify user.validate password. Okay, now we're getting somewhere. Let me put this side by side so I can see what's going on. So user.validate password. Validate password takes a user's password and the user object. Then why didn't we get these console logs if we got in there? If not user, oh, that's why. Because the user is incorrect. So it's going to say incorrect username in the log, which it did. Then it's going to return done, null, false. Oh, and then we're trying to get valid password. I see. And because... oh, we didn't take that into account. So what is it actually returning, I wonder? Because the error log is cannot destructure property valid password of undefined. So valid password being the first thing is undefined, or was that null? Undefined or null. Okay, so it's returning null, false, and the message. It's returning an object. So I guess we have to set a default value, maybe? That's pretty cool. They have an API set up for that? They do? Are you asking me or are you telling me? And will user be valid? Yeah. Wait. The problem is because it's a promise, it's always going to get into the then. So shouldn't I throw? Oh, you're asking? No, they don't have an API. I'm going to have to data mine and input the data manually. And then users will be able to work with the data from there. We should just throw. Why are we continuing? If not user. And then afterwards we check the password. If not valid password, return done, null, false. Isn't done like error? How did we do it? Catch error, yeah. Ooh, added a bit more complexity to this project. Christopher, you still here? If you are, I want to ask you, Because you use passport as well. But what do you think for local strategy? Because we're finding a user. I don't know why it returns an object in this format. I think it's passport format or something. Where it returns done, null, false, and then the message. But now the problem is it's going to continue here. And it's going to get into here. And it's going to try to destructure valid password. Now I didn't think about this. Because the correct object is when we run validate password. We get an object that has valid password, boolean, true or false, and then the user object. But this will only be valid if it comes from here. If we get into the if clause and it returns this, we obviously aren't going to be able to handle it here because, well, Let's look at passport's local strategy. If error, return done, error. Oh, that is an option? Oh, I must have copied something online from somewhere. You maybe don't want to return then. Yeah, or actually no, I just need to relook this entire thing because look at their example. I must have copied something from somewhere else. Let's change up ours a bit. So they use find one username. Okay, cool. If error. So if there's an error to user.findOne, and then I have a callback, but I'm using then. So my then should be the error and the user, right? I'll be honest, I got old man eyes. I'm just listening, not looking. No worries. I'll try to explain things. So Christopher's, they pass a callback to find one, right? They pass a callback error user, and then from there they check if error. Now the thing is, my logic is find one username, then take user. But I just realized this could be an error as well, couldn't it? So shouldn't this technically be error user, like that? And then from here, if error, return done error, like that. This could technically be on one line, can't it? The error will be in catch. Oh, in the catch. So where it says done here, it's not actually done, is it? But look at the scope of this. There's done. Why was I catching done down here? Is that incorrect? No, I know how to log it. It's just confusing that I had done in there. I don't know why. Catch done. And done would have been from calling the local strategy, username, password, done. They don't have that. They don't have catch done. They don't have anything. So maybe it's just again something miscopied. User.find one then. And I have another then. It doesn't matter how many thens I chain, right? If they chained on top of each other, the error is going to be... What is the error going to be linked to? All of them? Any error in the chain? Or how does that work? Because look, we have a then. And then chained to that then, we have another then. So what will the catch? Which error? From which one? Both of them? Either or? All errors in the chain? I assume it will be all errors in the chain. First error. Okay, but let's say there's no error in this then, right? Let's say there's no errors here. If there's an error in the second then, it will go to that catch store, right? Okay, so we put an error there. Why is error is not defined? But you see what I mean? I think the scope is wrong for this one. This one is attached to... Why would I catch done then? Oh, this catch is not for this one, Christopher. Look, because when I change this to error, it's undefined. And if you actually look at the scope, it's attached to this one. This then. So you can have multiple catches, right? So if I wanted a catch here, I'd need it there. Right? Why do I have a catch for done though? I guess there's only one way to figure out. And that's log the result of done. Now done is already declared in the upper scope. What? Yeah, it's JavaScript node. Wait, so when I log done, then it suddenly complains about it already being declared. But then, if I don't log it, then it stops complaining? What? How does that work? What? What about this one, Christopher? Explain this one to me. When I console.log done value and done, it complains done is already declared in the upper scope, right? But then if I remove this function, then it doesn't complain anymore. Look, catch done. Like, what? Why can't I log it? And are you sure? Yeah, because look, when I mouse over it says error. Oh, you're right. Error is defined but never used. I didn't see that. I could have sworn it said is not defined. No, it says error is not defined. Look, when I do it like this. Do you see? When I have it just like that, error is not defined. If I just have it in parentheses, error is not defined. But if I have error with a console log, do you see? Look, catch. Error is not defined. Do you see that? Error is not defined. But if I add it as a function, and I do console.log error, now it's fine. How does that work? I don't understand. Because now it's a function. Oh, so it's taking the parameter of error. But then what is it when you just have it in the parentheses? What did you do then? Catch, then catch? I did then, catch, then, catch. But before it was then, catch. So I don't need this anymore, this catch. From what I understand. Because this catch will work for both of them, right? Then you pass the error to the callback function. Ah, okay. Right, I gotta still remember that. Callback promises. So the right way is find one, username, callback function error user, but we're using promises. So we're using a then, error user. But wait, is a promise actually going to return an error? That's the thing that I don't get, the then. Christopher, so then can only return one thing, can't it? It returns an object. It can't return error and user, can it? So I can't do it this way, can I? With the then. I can't do error user because then will only return one item. That's why I use destructuring here for valid password user when I created an object from validate password. Actually, there's one way to know what's going to go on. Let's just log user. So I can finally understand, because I switched to promises. Prior to that I was using a callback, so it was different. The callback had an error. I'm still trying to understand how promises work. So let's see what's happening now. So that's if the user doesn't exist. So if the user doesn't exist, let's see what happens. Is this old? 420? Yeah, it is old. Let's see. What is the user? Is this the user? Oh, damn. User value is null. Oh, user value is null. Never mind. There it is. What was this thing that I was logging? Because whatever that is, I need to stop. Oh, is the connection. Where am I logging the connection? Session? Yeah, Mongoose connection. Go back here. Go back to out. So user value is null. Okay, so user value is null. But if I entered something correct, like the actual user that exists, what do we get then? Okay, perfect. Interesting. So the user value will return the user entry, otherwise it returns null. So having that information, what does that mean? We can do, based on their logic, if there's an error, they return done error. If not user, but what error would there be? That's the thing, we don't get errors anymore. Find one with a callback would have an error, which I assume would be a connection error, like a database connection error, can't log in or whatever. How would that work with a promise then? Because it would, oh, it will either return null or the value we're expecting, right? Well, let's try it. Let's change the database connection. Let us mess with that. And then put a correct username but the wrong password. And let's see if it still returns null. Oh wait, that didn't work because I have to kill this thing. It has to start from a fresh to get the env variables. Oh, environment variables. Okay, now let's try. Well, now I think it's gonna flat out not work. Yeah, our app won't even start. Which I guess is a good thing. Why is it not even loading? Literally not even loading. We got an error log. Network error, which is good. The output is... What does our server do again? So it connects. If it's successful, it logs as successfully connected to the database. Otherwise it says database connection error and error. That's all it does. Then we do app.use middleware. Okay, so why would us not having a valid database connection not display this page? None of this should matter. We're not getting errors that are saying anything other than this. So why can't I just load the page? Why can't I go to auth or auth success? Why is it like in an infinite loop? Is it because I don't have next? Potentially? So it tries to connect to the database, then app.use middlewares. And our middlewares are just passport and session. Passport obviously requiring a connection to the database. I think that's why. I think it's an infinite loop because it can't get in here. So what's the best way? How would you guys handle that? If you can't connect to the database and the database is an integral part of the app, what would you do? Just display a generic error? I want to see what the promise does. What does it return? Server.close? Is that an actual thing? Or is server the name of whatever you registered Express as? So mongoose.connect, we've got that, we've got that. This is where the error needs to come. So then, catch error which is a function, log the error, and then we basically need to we can throw Can you just do throw? Database connection error? Wait, that's not the same thing, is it? So there's catch. Only problem is it going to continue running? I need it to stop running from here. Oh, I could technically have it all in the then, can't I? I can set the set everything inside the then. App.use middleware and all the stuff. That can be all inside of the then. Because then we know we have a connection to the database, you know what I mean? And the roots and the app.listen. We can set all of that inside of there. Would that be wrong? Because then at least you know, as long as you have a connection to the database, everything is inside of the then. If there's an error, database connection error, and then you log the error. And then rest.send. Internal server error, please try again later, something like that. Change it later. See what happens now. So if we can't connect, now we didn't even get anything. Jeez. Oh wait. Oh, it's stuck in a constant loop now. Why? Oh, the network error. Res is not defined. Ah, that's why we're not getting the error. So first of all, database connection error, we need error.message. Secondly, res is not defined. How do we get res? How did you guys get res? From app.get. How do we get res? I know if you do app.get, you get request and response. But how can I get the response object if I'm not doing a get? Anyone know the answer to that? I'm probably not thinking clearly right now. Let's take a step back, right? This code will only run on startup. So then, how would we do it, Christophers? You get what I'm trying to do, right? Or should I just... What can I put here if I want to just display a message? Is there another internal node function that I can call? Do I need to call a function and then use a header? Your routes aren't set up if there's no database connection, so you can't access any routes. Oh, I get what you mean. Yeah, that's why I can't get any routes. Before I get coffee and serious. Why are you needing to connect to the database? Like, what is that connection doing exactly? Well, that connection is specifically so that you can log in. I would assume it's the connection that will allow me to get all the information I need as well. Right now, all that it's doing is allowing me to check users in. Afterwards, it's also going to allow me to get the data back. But if I don't have access to my database, what data will I show? Do you know what I mean? If the data is dependent on the database, you wouldn't really be able to do much. There wouldn't be anything to interact with. So that's why I want to have like an error message. That shouldn't generally happen, and I'll get a notification to sort out whatever the issue is. But yeah. So there's no real static information. Besides, I mean, you know, obviously a home page layout, some basic information, but the actual data that you're going to be working with won't exist. And the thing I'm worried about, Christopher, is the middleware that I use, like passport.js and session, they all require access to the database to check things and set things up. Working with Angular? No, it's going to be React. React with React Roots, was it, Christopher's? React Router? Going to sleep? Thanks for Source for dropping by, I appreciate it. We're making progress though, aren't we? Slowly. At least we've moved things off into their own files now. That's way neater than it was. I just need to figure this one out now. I think I need to use Express, because the only thing defined at this point is Express. And I'm sure Express has a way to send a response. Sleep for all of us. Weren't you gonna get coffee, Silent Gaming? It takes a minute. App.delete. Roots HTTP delete. Oh, right. App.all. All requests. Yeah, I get that. I need to get a message out somehow. Yeah, I know about app.get. Um, no, that's not the case. I just want to literally post any message and stop. So we log internally, there was a database connection error, then I just want to stop. But I can't use res.send because we haven't got an app.get or a path or anything. Wait, shouldn't that be where I do app.get? What if we did app.all star request response? There we can do res.send. I wonder if that will work. Let's find out. No? Why didn't that work? Let me kill the process and start it up again. Because this should have worked, unless I looked at the documentation incorrectly. It's app.all. App.all star request response. That should have worked. No. Yeah, it's a local connection using PM2. So we catch the error, which we do get. And then we do app.all anything request response res.send. So literally putting in anything, it should have shown the message, but yet it doesn't. Yeah, that's correct. Process.send ready. That's just waiting for PM2. So it knows when to start it up. It won't start it up until it's ready. Oh, that's why it's not starting. That's why it's not starting. It's not getting the wait signal. It's gonna constantly think that it's launching. No, wait, it did work before though. That's when we told it it's ready. Wait, it's not that. Never mind. I thought it was that. What can it be? What can it be? What can it be? This is fun when we have to debug. Okay, so that's old. What's the latest messages? Database connection error, failed to connect to server on first connect. Okay. So we know that's working. What else can you pass it to process.send? Not much else if I remember correctly. The good news is it will keep trying by itself until it finally connects to the database, which is a good thing. We don't want it to like kill itself, kill the connection. Bad thing is we can't display a message. And this should have worked. app.all, as in you go to anything. So catch the error. We're getting the message. app.all request response. Response.send. Now what if I change it to app.get? Not that it should make a difference, but it would be a get request if we go to something like this. Well, it's making it to the error. It's getting here. So why wouldn't it get here then? It's getting here, why doesn't it get here? You think it can only do one line? Let me change the order up. We just get nothing. Wow. Let's see what happens if I just try to request the root directory. Can I at least get it once? No, I think it keeps trying. I wonder if it keeps trying because of the error, or because it's not getting app. Or because it's not getting process.send. Let's try. I'm gonna send process.send here and see what happens. No. Why do you think it's having issues with the console log? It's not even doing anything here. I can remove the console log. And doesn't even do anything then. Let's make sure that app.get or just app.all works, first of all. Let's try this. Okay, let's completely stop the daemon and start it again. Because this should work. We should be able to do any request, throw an error. But I think it keeps trying to restart, that's why. Oh, that was weird. We got some kind of other message earlier. Yeah, it keeps restarting. I think in the process of it restarting. And why does it keep restarting? That's the question that I have now. Oh, because the... Oh. I think I understand why. We didn't start the app. It's not listening on any port. That would help, wouldn't it? So how are you supposed to start or, you know, check a page if the app is not even listening to any port? It's late for me. What can I say? There you go. Yep. Okay, now let's see if it will do the same for this. App.all star res.send internal server error. Please try again later. There you go. It works. There's only one problem now. It won't automatically try to restart the server now. It will just leave it like this. So I wonder... Yeah, so there will be no connection because the connection only ever happens once the server is loaded. So maybe I shouldn't be connecting to Mongoose there, should I? Maybe I should be connecting where I need to connect? Because on page load I don't need to connect to a database, do I? The only problem is then I'll have connections everywhere. I have a connection in session, then I'll create a connection in passport. Before, if I just created a single connection in the server, oh, but then again, if something does go wrong, that's it. You've got one chance until the server restarts. That's not really good, is it? I don't know if I have to close the connection. Apparently Mongoose does that automatically. I just do mongoose.connect. Well, let's look. Use create index. Oh, you can set that? Perfect, so then I can set it there. That's so much better. Then I don't need to mongoose.set. Beautiful. Yeah, I'm gonna see what they say about it. I wonder if it will automatically keep trying. Because it has an option here, but it doesn't say that it's a default. Do you see this? So if I'm reading this correctly, Mongoose passes options to the driver without modification. As in, it does things except for this. And these are all things that I can specify. Yeah, I see that, but I don't think it has auto reconnect on by default anyway. But I don't think we need it if we never stop trying to reconnect. Damn. You think it orders, but they didn't say it's like default. They should say default. Anyway, I'm trying to see what it says about close connection, but it doesn't look like. Oh no, that was just because of PM2. Because we didn't have app.listen outside of that loop, so it kept trying to start the app. But it never started the app because it didn't listen on a port, so it kept trying. That's why. Now you only get the error once, and that's it. See? You just got one error and that's it. But that's why we're going to move that database call to somewhere else now. Does it say that somewhere? Under the connection events. Oh, it said that? I missed that. Connection events? Oh, right here. No, it doesn't say anything that you have to close it. It's just how you can detect the event. Mongoose.connection.close. You need to do mongoose.disconnect. Docs here. Why didn't I see it? Oh, it does return a promise. Yeah, true. We can do disconnect, for sure. Then we also know, because the issue now is if you open one connection from somewhere, that connection stays open. Nah, nothing. We have the disconnect for the events. We can actually also check if it does, like, disconnect. Okay, so let's see where we need it. So on session, which only happens once, so we would put it in there, I guess. So mongoose.connect, then router.use, is this how you do it? We put it inside of the promise, so if we do get connected, we can call the stuff that needs a database connection. And then I wonder what happens if we get another then. I'm curious now what response will be. Now the thing is, passport.js also needs a connection to a database. Other than true or false, yeah. I guess that's what we're gonna look. So passport.use might have to be wrapped up. Because it does find one. Here's the interesting part. It does user.find one. You know what I'm thinking? Can't that be in the model? Can't the model connect to the database? Or is that outside the scope of models? Because the user is the one that houses the data, where we created the schema. Oh, but that's just the model, isn't it? Mongoose.model. Where do we actually need the database connection now that I think about it? Because before I just had a global and that's it, it's done. Launch the server, connect to the database, cool. Okay, so let me change that back and restart the server. Okay, it should be listening now and there shouldn't be any errors. The response is undefined. Interesting. Oh, we need to return a response. This is the response. So it should get response from up top, right? Or... no, we have to return response, don't we? Something like that. Then that will get response. If I'm not mistaken. There you go. The response is a connection. It has everything about the connection. I'm wondering if there's something we can pull out of here. I wonder what happens if it can't connect. Initial connection is a promise. Yeah, the only problem is then we're also not going to get past the other section. Because this one won't let it get there. Well, I mean, if I pull out middlewares from that, that's the only way. Put middlewares there, and then change the password. And then we have to kill the thing again and start it up. There you go. Wait, what called this now? What called you? It was probably passport. Or not, actually express session. So that would have been the catch. Shouldn't I always be connected to the database, or is that a bad idea? Like if I just have that initial connection and set it to true, to always retry. Is that a bad idea? Because like, configuring it each time like this now seems a bit pointless for each use, you know what I mean? Then again, it is a good way to check if we do have a connection or not. Because how else would we check? If connection, you know what I mean? Let's see what the internet says. Mm-hmm. Connect Mongoose with database URL, okay. When the process is closed. When what process is closed? I want to figure out what causes that, because I could never get that to fire. Is that when I manually close the server? Because that never worked for me. Oh, that's probably because PM2 handles that in the background. And when I make a change, it just restarts. It never actually exits. Okay, that didn't help me much. That didn't even show connections or anything, did it? Mongoose, okay, we've done that. DB URI, yeah, we've done that. Mongoose.connect. Yep. I wonder what happens if you don't close the connection. It seems people don't create connections for each different thing that they do. Oh wait, hold on. Depends on the database host, yeah, like you said. We could have a services folder for the database to do all our database stuff in. My only issue with going forward is, what if the database is down and you try to do these things? How do you handle that? Do you know what I mean? But the way we're doing it now, our entire site won't work if we're not connected to the database. So it's a tricky one. I mean, your site should still work regardless of database connection. We need to think of that on another level. For example, session. Store needs to store this in the database. What if it can't get a Mongoose connection? What do? Do you like... It just means logins won't work. That was the Mongoose connection. Yeah, I don't think so either. So it's going to try to store, but if it can't store... Well, we can always separate the data, the logic. This is the only thing that requires a database connection, so we could put this in its own thing. Well, I mean, it's not breaking things, right? It just means worst case scenario, your session just isn't going to get stored. Later on it will be fixed. It will fix itself once the database, comes back up. So all we need to do is like have a heads up the database is take your shit right now. So we leave this. That's fine. We leave it. The middleware, we leave it as well. This should be able to handle itself. It's gonna try to find one, but if it can't connect to the database, let's see actually what happens. Let's put the server back on its feet. I wonder if that shouldn't be a middleware, the database. No. I wonder if the database is not a config. Passport.js is a config, and obviously the env was a config. Is it a config though, if it creates a connection? I think it should be in a services folder. What do you think? So we create a new folder called services, and then a new file called database. Well, database.js. And then have the connection and everything in there. And then chuck all this in there. And then get rid of all this. And we need to use the middlewares first. So the middleware first, before anything else. Then the roots. Then the port, then the listen. And that's all. Very simple. And then we won't need Mongoose, because that we'll go and chuck in our database. Wonder if I call it database or Mongoose. The file name. Maybe we should call it database connection, services database. Maybe database connection is a better name? What do you think? And if we have an issue connecting, then database connection error, error message. There we go. And then we can have other things like mongoose.connection on as per the docs. I think it was mongoose.connection on. And we must make sure we set those options to true. Auto reconnect. Let's make sure we set that to true, just in case it doesn't default to it, you know. Reconnect tries. What if I don't specify that? Because they didn't say what the defaults are. See here by default, pool size is 5. So it does set it to default, but what does auto reconnect? Let's see what the default is. Auto reconnect is enabled by default. Interesting. So they have mongoose.connect. I'm going to take a few of these things and see what we can do. Clean it up ourselves. Okay, let's do DB, fine. Connecting to the database, successfully connected to the database. And then initial connect, because that's the initial connection. This one is initial. What are you complaining about? Oh, there you go. Connecting to the database, successfully connected to the database. What did I have before? Database connection error. Database connection opened. And then disconnected from the database, and if that does happen, then we need to start a new connection. Same as above. But apparently we don't have to do auto reconnect. I'm fixing my tools, figure stuffs out. Yeah. I'm adding some logs to the connections. That's the connect. And if it ever gets disconnected, then we're gonna connect again. So it'll always be on. And now we just have to export. What do we export? Actually, now that I think about it. Do I just require the file? Means to just have a web worker model? Right. I'm just trying to think if I have to export this. Because what we did here was export it as a module for certain parts, like router or whatever. But in this case, do I export the mongoose.connect, turn this into a variable? I think that's what needs to happen now. Because how else are we going to get this to run? How else do I tell it, hey, fire off this entire file? I mean, we required config passport, but does that do anything? If I just require the file, will it do everything in this file? I guess there's only one way to find out, huh? Let's see what happens. So I require services. database, whoops, database connection. Let's see what happens. Oh, that worked. But now it just keeps connecting and disconnecting. Oh, so it works. So requiring it actually works. What? So we should probably specify the reconnect tries. It stopped now. Maybe it reached its max tries. Or not. Nope, still going. Okay, time to kill the app. Or I get banned for DDoSing my host. But this is good. Let's change the messages. Attempting to connect to the database. It's weird that it says on disconnected. It's not really a disconnect, is it? I tried to connect, on connecting. Cool, so we know that works. I didn't know it works that way. You just require the database connection. So connect to our database. See what happens now. Start it up. Successfully connected to the database. Database connection opened. Initial connection to the database succeeded. Hey, that's cool. Successfully connected to the database. Database connection opened. Initial connection to the database succeeded. Isn't that cool? Awesome. So then that means we should still see stuff. And going to auth still takes us there. Tomorrow I gotta figure out why the cookies aren't saving now. Some change that I made. mess things up. There's the request session ID. Session ID is the same. That's weird. It's just not saving it or something. So strange. What did we change that broke? This is the fun thing when you try to figure out what you broke. Like, yay for me. We'll figure that one out, don't worry. But I'm glad for this. The initial connection, user value. The body parser needs to move to its own middleware. So the root, all these roots like user and stuff, app.use roots. And then all of this needs to move into different files. Body parser needs to move. We just need express middleware's roots. Process user shouldn't technically even be here. I'm gonna remove that, because I don't think we're gonna be needing that anytime soon. At all, to be honest. So we have very little left in here, which is great. I want it to literally just be express. The definition for it. Call the middlewares, call the roots. Create the database connection. Make it look pretty, yeah, exactly. Because it was an absolute mess. You should have seen it before. Everything that you saw in all those files, everything, like I mean everything, was all in server.js. It was an absolute nightmare to work in. Because I was testing things, and then I got it working, and then, you know. I learned from that though. In the future I won't be doing that now that I know what I'm doing. It's easier to branch out. And actually this is not even done yet. You'll notice there's config, there's middlewares. All of these need to be finally in the app folder. Right now I just have roots in the app. Eventually it all needs to go into the app. Yeah, I'm happy with this. Only thing that's bugging me. Maybe this isn't happening. Maybe that's what the issue is. Session? We are exporting router, yeah, as session. Then in the middleware, I'm importing session, and it should be applying session. Actually, there's an easy way to test. Let's delete it. Then let's get an auth. Okay, now we get a session. Great. But now, if I go to success, it shouldn't redirect me. Maybe it's our roots that have an issue, but no, prior to the roots it was fine. So what happens if we go to success? If request is authenticated. Console.log. Something broke somewhere. So let's figure out what that is. So if we go to auth success, it relogs. What does our error say? No errors. Process user is not defined. When was this? 0554. That was old. This authenticated false. Okay, then let me log in. Oh, authenticated false. So then, you know where this broke? Oh, we never finished with this. I was busy talking to Christopher, and we never actually ended up finishing this. Do we get user value? Yeah, we should, right? We should get user value. Where's user value? There it is. If not user, incorrect. So we won't get this, and we'll get that. Then valid password user. We need a return, done, null, and the user. Which is what we are doing. Now I don't know if it's something I changed in here. Let's send it back to when it was working. I was trying to change something here, clearly, look at this. And they catch done. Okay, let me leave it like this, as it was, before anything. And then start it up again. Okay, there we go. Should be up any second now. Or not. Missing schema. Why would it say a missing schema? Require admin models user.js. Hmm. I love breaking things. Let me think about this. Alright. So the guy app should be restarted now. Okay, there we go. Passport valid true, passwords match true. So if that is true, we should be able to go to success, or success, but it brings us back. Why? Authenticated false. Wait, that resave. Under session. Save uninitialized is false, resave is false. Okay, so it's not that. So it's not the value that's an issue. It's not saving the authentication, like something is up. Custom callback. But we shouldn't have to do that, right? It's as simple as calling passport.authenticate. Oh, that's in the root. We need to call local auth. So passport.authenticate local, that's what needs to be happening. It needs to be passport.authenticate local. Okay, good. Strategies must be configured prior to using them in the root. Oh, use new local strategy, right. So I think that we're doing in use middleware, which is passport and session require passport.js, which is passport and local auth. So the middleware needs to be invoked first, which it is. So the strategy must be configured first. Is that what I'm reading correctly? Local strategy equal to require passport local. Passport.use new local strategy. seems the authentication here needs to happen. So we need to have the authentication done before anything. So the passport config, this, where we do passport.use new local strategy, that needs to come first. So we can require passport, we can require config passport. So we clearly do get there. Because we do get the request session ID, don't we? Yeah, we do. But then authenticated is false. Okay, so we do that. Then what does our log say? Authenticated is true. What? And then if I go to auth success, authenticated is false. Why does it keep getting reset? And let's try something else. Let's remove local auth from this. And then let's require passport, just temporarily. And see what happens from there. Because I want to see if it's an authentication issue with the way we were doing it. So password 123, that should be fine. And we should get a message authenticated true. Great. Then if I go to auth success, we get sent back. Okay, now authenticated is true. Where else did we have roots that told us about authentication? Well, if we go to auth, it should redirect us. No, it doesn't. Is it not to do with our roots, maybe? Something changed somewhere. Module.exports router. And auth routers require auth. Which is fine. And then in the server, roots is app roots, which is index. So why is that an issue then? Let me wipe the database. Let me see if it's maybe not that. Because it could be the database that's an issue. Come on. Okay, so we have 3 cookies in here. Quite strange. I'm gonna delete all of them. And then we can figure out what's going on. Okay, all the sessions are gone. Actually, let me wipe that. Okay, there. Session was created now. And I'm gonna check the database and see what it says. Okay, there is a user inside of it. So there is a user. Okay. Going back to auth kicks me off again. Let me check the database. Is there a user in there? There is a user. So then it's something to do with session. It can only be session then. So it definitely stored it into the database, that's for sure. Something's messing up somewhere. It's so annoying. Fun times. Come on, you little bugger. You can do it. I believe in you. What is causing this to not connect? There is a session. So if I do log out, okay. We're disconnected. Now if I go to the database, that should have removed the user from the database. Should have. No, user's still there. So the issue is with passport. But why? What did I break when I moved everything? That's the question. Yeah, it's passport issue. Passport issue, sorry. It should be doing the config for passport first. Okay, you know what? Maybe that's breaking it. Maybe that's what's breaking it. Maybe it's calling passport to authenticate local and then it's not working and then it's failing. Maybe I'm doing that wrong. Let's see. It's something that changed. I want to see if it was that. Nope, not that. I'm gonna kill the app though, because maybe that's causing the issue. And then start it up again. There we go, and then authenticate. Great stuff. And then if I try to go to auth again, no! Why do you do this? Okay, that should have been fixed. Passport.authenticate local. Check authentication. Else res.redirect auth. Maybe it's the routers? Let's look at the routes. Auth router equal to require. Okay, cool. And then what do we have on the server? App.use routes. Routes being auth router. Auth router being auth. Actually, can we do it like this? I wonder. Can I do the routes like that? router.get. No, apparently you can. And then you just export the router. The routes are working, else we wouldn't be able to log or like go to these things and get a response. There's something else happening. I just don't know what. Wait, what if it's check authentication that's causing this? I want to actually test something now. I laugh at this. No! Oh, this is so frustrating. What is causing this? There's something that is stopping it from... It has to be... The only thing that I can think of is its passport.js. It's not seeing that we're authenticated, even though when we go to these pages, it says... When was this now? 6:40? No, it's not now. Even though it says authenticated, yep. Authenticated, true. Wait, what is his issue? Maybe I'm having a similar issue. App.use. Why was it working before? Oh my god. I don't even know what to test anymore. Like... Is it something in the config that I broke? Is it something here? The new local strategy is defined first. Maybe let's require that outside of all of this junk. Hang in there, just do it. You just woke up, come help me then, because I want to go to sleep. Can't freaking get this thing. Ah. It's 6:46, it is indeed. My issue is that it stopped holding its authentication. I don't know how to explain it. The session is there, the database session is there, it just, once you log in, you get authenticated. Like, it's cool, it's fine. You go to the output, you authenticate it, true. But then you go back to auth, where you should be, and instead of redirecting it wants you to log in again, and it tells you you're not authenticated. And then if I go to my roots, for the roots, for auth, it's sorry, for auth, the get auth, it's if you are authenticated, we're going to redirect you back to the root. Otherwise, you have to log in again. But you are authenticated, so why is it wanting you to log in again? Like, what? Okay, so we loaded it now. Authentication, false. Res? What do you mean res? So authenticated, true. Everything's good. Now try to go to auth. Nope, get fucked. The thing is, before I even start doing this stuff, let me put this back. I meant request. Where do you want me to log request? Where, in the auth? When I get to auth? There. Gonna start it up. Dude, if I can solve this, like, I'll be so happy I could sleep. And then I'll owe you like a beer or something. Because you have helped me with so many troubles. Oh, I'd neaten things up, by the way. But, yeah, I broke things. I mean, what's the good of neatening things up if I break them, right? Request in auth, incoming message. I'm getting an incoming message. What are we looking for? Connecting. Uh-huh. There should be something. It worked when it was in server. The moment I separate the files, then it just stops working. What? And at login homepage? What? Man, there's a lot here. There's the headers. I'm looking for something, I guess it says session. Or something to do with passport. There, authenticator. Passport, there. Strategies. Serializer, DC info, user property user, session manager. Do you have requested user in there? Where? Where? Do you want me to log requested user? There's the Mongo store as well. Those are the two things that we did. There's the session ID. There's the cookie. There's the freaking user. What is your problem? I feel like it's something to do with passport. It's like... And then after it's authenticated false. What do you want me to show you? The configuration of passport.js. Oh god, there's so many places. Okay, so passport.js config. Same as yesterday, I didn't touch anything. Serialize, deserialize. Then the use. Find one. Then user. If not user, return done, null, false message. Otherwise return user.validate password. And then we add an object, valid password boolean, true, false, and then the user object. If not valid password, return done, null, false, blah blah blah. Otherwise return done, null, user. No error, the user object. Okay, there's the one. Then I have a middleware. I try to be fancy. In server. What? No, no? Oh no. There's an issue? Do you want to hop on a call with me? I don't know if there's a delay and I'm going to be sitting here waiting and you're going to be sitting and waiting for me. Oh, you're on your phone? Yeah. I'm wondering, unless you had me on speaker and then you... Hello? Hello, hello.
Hello. Oh my god. Oh, what
Oh
the
god.
fuck?
Jeez. Hey there. What happened to your voice? Hello. Oh, see. How are you? Is this a weird thing we're doing?
Yeah, what the fuck? My whole voice is gone. Shit.
Oh god. Rough night?
Yeah, well, you could call it like, oh shit.
Damn. Were you screaming or are you getting sick?
I don't know.
Oh my-
What
Oh my-
the fuck? man? Okay.
that was weird. Oh, it's coming. It's getting deeper. Hey, hey.
Yeah.
Let me see if this will work. If you put me on speaker, then I'll share my screen with you. Can you see?
Yeah, wait, let me. Yeah, I can see.
Okay, so I had the middleware. Let me first show you what I was doing here. In server, because apparently you can use routers with middlewares. So I did app.use middlewares, right?
Yeah.
And then my middlewares is basically two files. Router.use. Sorry, wait, that's the wrong one. My middleware is passport is require passport.js, right?
Yeah.
And then inside passport.js middleware, I'm exporting passport, the key, and the value is router, because I'm using router for everything. So I export it as key, and then in the router middleware, you'll see that's what passport is. And then apparently I should put it in an array, because when you do app.use, if it's an array, it will do it in order, whereas if it's an object, it will do it randomly.
Yeah, correct. But
Wait, actually, is that what my issue is? With... Oh no, never mind. Okay, so you want to see the config. So the config is require express to get router, then passport, requiring passport, and then I'm requiring the config from passport. That is basically the one that has the local strategy, right?
no, but you're missing something.
What am I missing? Afterwards,
remember-
Afterwards I have router, and then I do router.use passport.initialize to initialize it, and then router.use passport.session. That's exactly how I had it before. And then I export it as passport with the key, and then obviously the
No, but
middleware.
Before you had something else as well, where you said how to if you should save the cookie or not, and
Oh, that's in sessions. So this is middlewares for passport. I separated them as logic. Then in this one, in session, I have Mongo store and Mongoose, and then I'm doing router.use session, and then here store Mongoose connection. So I checked; it's storing it to the database. It is storing this.
Yeah, okay. So I would think something's wrong over here because maybe with the resave or the save uninitialized, but it was working before.
Yeah, everything's the same. The only thing that changed was I moved it from server.js into its own file, separating session and passport.js.
But I don't know if you could you do router.use with this kind of middleware? That's what I'm asking myself. I think you should probably use the app.use for this middleware because I think the problem is over here.
So
check if new connections get stored, no cookies. I'm pretty curious about that.
What do you mean new cookies? How do I get a new cookie?
So just log in again and they're getting saved in the database, right?
Yeah, they are, but it's only the one cookie. There was more cookies before, but...
Yeah, I think that's the problem. Try to use app.use instead of router.use.
Okay, so...
For this one.
So where do I do that? In my middleware thing?
So just export app from your index or from your server or where you have app.
So don't use... Oh, okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, so don't use router. Use app.
Yeah, for just here. Yeah, just here.
Wait, is there a way that I can do app.use and then export this? And then put it inside of it in parentheses, you know what I mean? Like, let me show you. So app.use and then put something in there. Like a function. Because I was following a tutorial online where apparently you could do this.
Yeah,
geez.
you can.
Wait,
you can just say, go back.
Go back where? To the, okay.
So go back to the session thingy. just you can export session or line 12. Export that. Remove the router.use around it. That's wrapping around it.
So do
And
module.exports
yeah. And
equal
then
to.
session. Yeah.
So literally just like that.
Yeah, correct.
Why is it complaining about this unexpected token?
So
Oh.
maybe
Wait, what? Unexpected token?
yeah, because it's an object kind of thingy. We remove the comma at the end.
This end.
Yeah.
Oh, it was that. Wait, that was
So,
weird. Now it's fine.
So yeah, import that now.
So I import the file,
And,
right? Or
yeah,
what do I call it?
Yeah. You can call it just session inside the server.
So I should be able to do app.use.
First require it at the top.
Oh, I can't use it directly.
You probably
So
can.
const session equal to require. Where is it in now? It is in middleware's session. And then you want me to require or app.use session, right?
Yeah.
Do you want me to do the same for the passport?
No, just try this before and check now.
Okay. No, restart it.
Oh my god, my voice, man.
What happened? What were you doing?
Well, yesterday I screamed a bit.
Oh, that's probably why. Lost your voice.
But what the fuck?
Oh no, it's stuck. Something's wrong. Oh. Wait, this is old. What is it complaining about now? Requires a middleware function but got undefined. It's getting undefined.
Session is undefined.
Yeah.
Probably. So what you should do is go back to the session file and equal session to a const and try to export that, because sometimes it can be a pitch.
Okay, so let's go back to how it was before I did all of this. So const session equal to.
Yeah, that should be equal to session, and then module.exports.
But it says it's already been defined. What?
Oh yeah, because session is already defined.
Yeah, there.
You call it session export or something.
And then module.exports as an object or just straight? Just like that? Module.export equal to session export?
Try it like this.
Alright, well.
You still have that comma over there.
Alright. Yeah. There we go. Well, if it loads, then it will be good. If it doesn't load. No, it's not loading. Back to the errors. Store dropping errors. Are you? Doesn't look to be. Yeah, it's stopped now. Weird, but it's also not doing anything. Okay, I'm gonna kill it and start it again. Whoops, wrong one. Oh, there you go. Session undefined again. Requires a middleware function but got undefined.
Okay,
Line
console log session in
24.
server.
Line 24 apparently. App.use middleware.
So console log those both of them.
Okay. Alright. Jeez, why are you spamming secret so many times? There, middlewares is function router.
There's something undefined in there.
Whoa, there's a lot of things in here.
But you see that? Go a bit above. Something says undefined.
Oh, I'll look for it. This is interesting, I didn't know that it's all here. Function write up. Nope. Generate the session. Object defined reload. Check if session has been modified. No, no, no. And then middleware is the router again. But where's the...
Where's the session?
Yeah, I'm looking for it now. Session. Undefined. There. Undefined. Session function. So session is inside there.
Yeah, but undefined is part of middleware, as you can see.
Yeah, I see that. So stack, layer, undefined.
So go to your middleware thing.
I'm exporting session.
Yeah.
Oh, it's
from
part of
session
middleware's.
budgets.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you don't need that there anymore, right?
Yeah, so stop exporting session and just do passport.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the one thing. That was probably what was causing that issue now. Okay, there we go. It's loaded now. What do you want me to try now?
Yeah, try it.
Try login?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now normally I should be able to go back to auth and it should redirect me to the front page, but no. It's doing it again. So there's request that you told me to log.
Yeah. Log request user.
Request a user, okay. On which route?
Over there, yeah, okay.
In auth.
And yeah, and at the home page.
Okay.
Also.
So you want me to add it to the home page as well? That is... Where is that? I think it's on the server itself. Yeah, here. What do you want me to add? Request.user.
Yeah. And request.authenticated.
Request.authenticated. Or is authenticated.
Is authenticated. Isn't that a function?
Yeah, it is. You're right. Yeah. Okay. No errors, that's good. Okay, so login. We haven't done anything yet. Request in auth is undefined. The user is undefined, but that's okay, right? Because we're not logged in yet. And authenticator is false, okay. Then I logged in and now it said authenticated true. Request in home user is undefined. Authenticated in home false. Request in home user. So the user in home is undefined. So it's not getting user?
Yeah, that's a problem.
So do you think it could be the middleware again? Should I make it use...
Yeah.
Should we change it back for session? I mean, how we did session? Okay.
Yeah.
So passport.js. It's not the config, because that was... The config was fine. So passport.js, this middleware, what do you want? I was using router. I do router.use, router.use. Are we sure that won't work?
Yeah, but I think I get why it doesn't work. Because this router isn't part of. Oh wait, you're using it anyway.
Yeah, I use it and then
Mm, maybe it's just acting up funny. Try to export that for app.
so you want me to get app here?
Yeah, or the
Okay,
other way around.
so export app, right? So
Mhm.
can't I actually do it like this? Module.export equal to, apparently you can do it like this, right?
Can you know this?
No? I saw someone do it in one line, where they defined and used.
Mm.
Oh wait, was it this way? Module.export equal to, was it like this? No. I saw someone do it in a single line, but it's fine, I'll do it at the end. Module.export equal to app, and then you want me to
Yeah.
import server into here.
Yeah.
Okay, so just require, or no, so
Constant.
where are we? We
Require.
are in
Require.
middlewares. Oh yeah. And then we are in middlewares. I need to go back one server. There. And then you want me to switch it to
App used.
and then I'll
And don't
what?
you don't need to export it.
Yeah.
And check server again because you're importing it.
And I need to import this, right? Or how do I use this now? App.use the middleware, right?
No, because you're already using it. So
Wait,
app.use.
am I using it
App dot
directly?
Yeah, so app.use middleware uncommented just to check if it works.
Yeah. But wait, I'm confused. What is using it? Like, I'm not saying app.use that file. And yes, I know I exported, but
This is the same thing.
really, so I don't have to require this file.
No, no, yeah, that's a good thing. It's not in your path right now.
Yeah. What's calling it to make it run? I know it's like app is that and this is that.
Nothing, because this is not in your class path. So what you should do is comment line 4 with the app.
What do you want me to do?
Uncommented.
Oh, uncommented.
Commented.
Commented,
Sorry.
yeah.
And just export passport.initialize and passport.session. Store them in a constant, maybe.
I thought that it will just use it immediately, won't it?
Yeah, you can do that as well. It's just preference of coding style.
Yeah, obviously. So do something like that. And then const session equal to... Whoa, what happened there? Passport. And then you want me to module.export equal to... as a object? Or as an array?
I don't know if you can do it. This is a long time ago. Just try either of them.
Alright, and then uncomment the, well, comment the module.exports, okay, and then you want me to in server import that specific one, passport.js.
Yeah, correct. Then app.use passport.
Yeah. Wait, what are you complaining about? I just want to make sure it's complaining that it's not used. Probably. So app.use, password needs to come before session. Okay, that should be it. And since we changed so much, I'm gonna go ahead and kill that. Like I've been struggling with this like the whole night. I've been going for 6 hours. It's God.
Wow.
Wait. Why is it spamming secret? Oh, it just keeps going? Why? Middleware is not defined. Server.js line 24. Oh. God damn it. Okay, should be fine now. Yeah, it's fine. Error logs. Gonna wipe you. Authenticated in home. Well, it's fine, it doesn't have to be. So go to auth. You want me to log in. Okay, there we go. Let's see what happened. Request in auth user undefined, authenticated false. Okay, then I put the password in. Authenticated true. Then request in home user undefined and authenticated in home false. So same.
Yeah, 1 second, let me Google.
Bunny D, hey, we're trying to basically get, well, trying to fix something I broke. I had passport set up with session and then I moved everything to its own file, and after doing that, yeah, just things stopped working.
Everly Man is following the family.
Evelyn man, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. I have a question that's pretty long that involves connecting my computer to my TV. Before I ask it, I would like to know if you know anything about that so I don't waste your time. Yeah, pretty straightforward. What do you want to know? Like, you just want to know how to connect your computer to your TV? Okay, so
I'm still checking.
I undid. I just want to see if this works. Oh, my bad.
Is authenticated something for passport or is it of yours?
Sorry, what did you say?
Is authenticated, is that from passport?
Yeah, that's
Or
from
did you
passport. That's from passport, yeah.
Okay.
Everly man. Wireless. I mean, if there was a dongle, I mean, is your TV even a smart TV, or would it have to somehow send the signal across? Trying to think. If you had a dongle or something, then you could mirror it. You would need to have some kind of app that can connect to your PC. So if you could get like a smart app on your TV and then have that connected to your PC, that should be able to mirror it. Obviously, I don't know how latency is going to be. Anything wired is obviously going to introduce some latency. So your best bet is still going to be to, you know, get it wired if you can. I know that sucks, but If it's not a smart TV and it doesn't support dongles, I mean, how else is it going to be
So
able to
try to
transport the
put
data?
save and initialize and resave on true.
Oh, you want me to change this back?
Mm-hmm.
What I was going to do is... Oh, wait. Let me just see if this works.
No, wait.
No, I broke something again? Good job, look at me. What's the latest error? Tell me. What is wrong? Talk to me. Passport.initialize. Oh, it's not a function because you want passport, don't you? There you go. Okay, let's try that. There we go. Log in.
So what have you changed now? Because I didn't look.
Unknown authentication strategy local. What? What I did was I'm trying to literally directly use app.use passport without importing.
Mm-hmm.
I'm also going to need to get, there's one more thing that I need, config passport, there it is. Because it doesn't have config passport. Now we should have auth, there we go. Okay, we're logged in, let's see what the messages are. Request in home user. Undefined. Authenticated in home false. So even having it... Yeah, so even having it in server like directly, it's not working. So I'm gonna undo those.
Could I maybe try something with you on TeamView?
Sure. I
If you don't
mean,
mind.
what do you want to change? Is it just a change or?
Yeah, some couple of changes I have in mind. If you don't mind.
Hold on, someone says you have local strategy commented in your code. I do? Did you notice something? I commented out a lot of things now because nothing was working. This was my local strategy, by the way. It's in passport.js in the config file. Did you want me to change the resave and the save uninitialized?
Yeah, try put that to true.
Which one?
Both of them.
But why would it work before and how it wouldn't, you know what I mean? It's so
Yeah,
funny. Okay, I'm gonna... Middleware is not defined. Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. What have we done? Okay, that needs to be uncommented. So app.use passport, app.use session. What is passport? Passport is require middleware is passport and session. And did we do that properly? Yeah, we export them. In the file where you imported it. Oh, you mean this one? Local auth? Oh, I'm not using local auth anymore. I did it directly in my auth file. Instead of importing that variable, I directly used, where is it? Passport.authenticate local.
Do you have this project on GitHub?
On GitHub? No.
Oh. Maybe.
I mean, I can send you all the files really quick, but I mean... Let me just log in with the changes that you said I should make. Actually, let me do a full clean install. Like, kill it. And then try that. We should have no errors. Booting it up now. Okay. Going to the auth. Logging in. Okay. Updated. So it's undefined and false again.
Yeah.
What's weird is the session ID doesn't change. That's the one thing I was checking to make sure it's not the session ID that keeps changing. And then if I go back to auth, just wants you to log in. Do you think I should delete the database entry? Since all these changes?
Yeah, try.
Do you see this, by the way? Look at this.
Yeah, I can see.
There, it has user. Before, when I used to log out it. Okay, you want to know the funny thing is, I can't remember if it did, but I'm kind of certain. But when I logged out, if I went here, it would remove user from the store. So it almost makes me feel as if the session is not working.
No, I don't think the session is working as well.
Oh no, it's not. It was passport. When I click log out, basically passport would update passport. You see where it says user? It would be empty. But passport's not responsible for the database. It's session that's responsible. It's here in this file. The store is responsible for updating it.
Yeah, maybe you could send me the files or something.
All of them?
Yeah, so I can have it local running.
Sure.
Do I need something? Do I need something else to have it running?
No, I don't think so. I mean, you have your own implementation of PM2, don't you?
No, I don't think so anymore. PM2. No.
I don't think you'll need it. If it crashes, it'll just die. But I mean, it's not crashing right now.
I'll just use something else instead of PM2.
What do I need to give you? I think the node module should be fine. It's all there. It's all local, right?
Yeah, I don't need your node modules. Everything but
in package.json, right? How does it normally work? How will it grab them when you start it? It will grab them, or?
No, yeah, I need package.json, but I need your index and server and
yeah,
all the
I know that. But are you sure you don't need the node modules?
Yeah, I'm sure.
So I exclude that. What else do you need? Do you need the lock file? I don't think you need the lock. Do you? Alright, it was.
So I also have the same versions as you.
Yeah. I think that was all. I'm just gonna zip it up as well. Where's my 7-zip? Fuck. I'm exhausted now. There we go. Ultra, go! Wait, what? Oh, hold on. Need to kill it. So you said not that, and you won't need that. Add to archive. To you it goes.
Okay.
What? So that's 17 kilobytes. Wow. Bunny D's like you can use JWTs. Yeah, it's not really an issue. We got it working. Everything was fine last night. It was just something changed now when I moved everything around. Aussie? Help me, Aussie! You are my only hope!
Let me check.
Oh, by the way, if you do get it working, can you prioritize that we do get it working as the export, like I originally had? That's what I'd ideally like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. Sure. You could check my screen as well.
Oh yeah, I can watch yours now. Are you sharing yours?
In a bit, I am.
Oh yeah, there you go. Cool, then we can watch you. I'm gonna put that on my stream. Streaming, and now you need to go live and start streaming, and then the streamer streams the streamer.
Streamer streams the streamer. So I added everything.
Cool. You should be able to run it. Wait, so the node module's populated? How did you get it to work?
Yeah.
You just ran it? Oh, and it grabs everything from the package.json, really?
Yeah.
Nice! It's that easy. Cool.
Fine. So, cancel. Open. Oh my god. So many things. Mhm. So, let me check. No. Index.
Oh, not one. Nice.
Mm. um, where's your PMT?
My what? Oh, there it is. Yeah, my config. Oh, do you
I
need...
should use
You,
PM2.
no, it's fine. You don't have to. You just need my env files.
Should use PM2 to check the logs.
No, you can, but you also need my env files, by the way. I moved it from the env. Well, actually, I'm still using the env file, but I uncommented it, just so you know. So in the
Okay.
ecosystem is where I'm using all the stuff. You'll see there's the env section. I realized that PM2 can store env, so I didn't need the env module anymore.
So, check npm install PM2. Mm-hmm.
Now if you just take my global config file, all you have to do is PM2 start and then the name of that config file, that's all. Everything will work the same as I have it.
So it should be PM2 start
And then config / ecosystem.config.js.
why is it not auto completing?
I usually just open a new CMD if you don't want to pollute that. But
Yeah. No,
there
I
you
just
go.
wanted to test it.
And you can do PM2 list to make sure it's still running if you want to. There you go, it's fine, it's on now.
So, stop, or was it kill?
Start. Oh, you want to kill it? Yeah. PM2, no, just PM2 kill. PM2 kill, kills everything, the daemon as well.
Okay. .js.
And then it'll be live on that port 14, was it 96? Can't remember now.
Where's the port?
Check in the config file, 1459. Yeah. There you go.
Okay. I don't need that. So I have a log right now.
Yeah.
The fuck? What kind of?
You can't just read a log file? Oh, there's nothing in it. I think it just wants to highlight.
Yeah. Yeah. But there should be something in it because we're logging, right?
Should be, yeah. Yeah, you should be. App is listening. You should get that.
Yeah, at least. Let me just install.
That's weird.
Let me check.
And check the directory physically if there is a log. Maybe
Yeah,
WebStorm's just not showing it.
could be. Nope. Something.
Are they both 0 bytes?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Your screen went weird. Well, go to auth or something.
Yeah. Oh. What was the directory?
Directory? Wait, why is...
Was it app.cat auth? No.
Yeah, it was auth.
Why is it not taking it in then?
I can't see because for some reason your video quality dropped badly now. No!
I did /auth. That's what I did. This.
Yeah, so literally... Oh yeah, that is what it should be. So it's not loading?
Nope.
Interesting. And it is online.
Where is the app saved?
What app?
Oh, I got it.
Okay.
/auth.
Yeah, but you should have even got like the debug, so that means... How's it listening? How does that even work? Something's missing. Can you go to the ecosystem file?
Mm-hmm.
And that is all the same. I mean, it's relative. It shouldn't matter.
Yeah.
Server.js, and it's on development. And that env file I'm not using. Yeah, but it shouldn't matter. You copied it literally the same as mine.
Yep. It has one restart.
Oh, check where... Wait, where's it putting its logs? Check.
Oh my god.
Check if it's really there, because if it is, then...
Yeah. What the fuck? Why is it over here?
Okay, check my file again. My ecosystem. There's... Okay, so that's the current working directly. That's fine. And where does it say for logs? .logs error file. So CWD. There is a CWD. Yeah.
Why is it putting over there?
Yeah. Why is mine finding yours is... That's strange. So you put it in documents, right? Actually, look, current working directory, it's like _1. That would make sense. Then it puts it in... Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean.
That's so
Yeah,
strange.
current working directory documents. What about now?
You're gonna have to like stop it and start again. It runs the entire thing off the ecosystem. No, you're gonna have to like... I don't know if you can stop it. You're gonna have to kill it. And then just up, and just... No, you already have it. There you go. And then just check then. Maybe it's a Windows 10 thing.
Maybe.
Define now. Yeah.
Yep. But is this still working? Yep.
Yeah, there you go. Sucks that I can't see. The bottom of your screen is fine. The top, it's almost like the compression is like, nope, don't look at the top.
Oh, wait, let me restart.
Oh yeah, true. I
have
see
multiple
those mouse.
screens as well.
Ah, beautiful. That looks good.
Okay. Authenticated false. Okay.
Yeah, good
So
job.
what was username?
Let me send you the details. It's in actually the file. It'll be quicker for you to look in the
77 was.
JR, I think it was.
Yeah, I have it.
Yeah, there, JMR and password 123. Sorry, I didn't create it, so I'm just like.
Yeah. Mhm. Okay, now we have your starting point. So, where is everything?
What do you need?
I'm just checking some things.
So passport is just a config to set passport up. It doesn't do anything special. It's their default config. And in the find one, we launch our function that checks if the password is valid.
Yeah, but this is the problem.
What?
How is this getting loaded in?
How? By the well, so many things change now. Before it was in the passport.js in the middleware. So go to the middlewares folder on your left. There's a middlewares folder, and then there's a passport.js. And then that requires config passport. Do you see it?
Yeah, but does this work? Let me check.
I miss the logging in your browser. If you could just, check your browser's console.
Yeah.
Is there no easier way to log? God.
Okay, I'm
Yeah, so
getting
it does
this.
work.
And where are you requiring it?
In the root, the middleware index.js. So check index.js in middlewares.
So, and then.
But before you even do this, rather check server, because I don't know what we're doing anymore. I think we undid this and we're calling it directly. Yeah, we're calling it directly. Oh yeah, we're calling passport.
Yeah, but where's passport?
Passport is, in middleware's passport.js.
Yeah.
This one, then check the export. The export could be wrong, because I mean it is a array. Maybe you could try objects. Maybe it doesn't like the variables. But when you do passport.initialize, isn't it going to try to initialize nothing? Instead of, because we need to do something with passport.initialize, we need to do app.use. But if we do initialize equal to passport.initialize, won't that be undefined? You know what I mean? It's not storing it as a function. I don't know how to explain it. I've had that issue before.
Yeah, but let me check. Could be. I'm checking passport.
Try that so long as well.
What was it? JMR.
J Marias 777. See, it gets true and then it forgets about everything.
Okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm gonna check the way it works. So it was working when everything was in server, right?
Yeah, everything was in server. So the first step was require passport, then require sessions.
Mm,
Look at go up where it says 1, 2, 3. Those are the things that are needed. Look under configure. 3 pieces need to be configured. 1, authentication strategy. That's the local strategy that I have in the config file. Then the
yeah,
middleware.
so that's this.
Yeah.
Right.
And that
Let
hasn't
me
changed at all. Nothing changed.
Yeah, so let me just remove this. And go to server. Let's have 0 points.
But you can import it because it was imported before and it was working fine. That never changed. It was always in a config file. You can just import that config file. It should still be in server uncommented. Just see if it's there. I think I uncommented somewhere. There it is. Config. You see it there? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then also on line 2, I think it is, there's passport. You're going to require passport. And express session. And Mongo store. Those are all the things. And yeah, you won't need local strategy. That's fine.
This Mongo store, do you need it over here?
Yeah, you need it for when you're gonna import session. Now go to session in the middleware. And you need to wait, is that no, that's not session, that's passport. Session on the left. You want to, where it says session export, you just want to do app.use. Yeah, that's session.
Yeah.
And that needs to come after passport.
So after this.
Yeah, so scroll down. There was a place I think I uncommented it. Yeah, after line 29, so on line 30, you can paste it. App.use and then that. And then app.use, there's no passport, it's app.use from passport.js. The initialize and the go to passport.js. The 2 at the bottom. Those 2. Initialize and session in that order.
So anything else?
Wait, can you do it multiple like that? Can you do it separate one by one just in case? I know it's probably not that, but I'll try to do it like it was. So it was initialize, then it was session, then it was app.use session, and then just check that all the required files at the top are there, and that we're not requiring anything we don't. So session, express session, connect Mongo, passport, config passport. Wait, does something require it before? No, that's fine. Yeah, that should be fine.
Okay.
That's pretty much how it was before. And then just kill the app.
Yeah.
And if it's not that, then it is, well, what else did I change? Then it's the roots, something with the roots. because I moved all the roots into their own files.
Mm-hmm.
I should have checked.
I'm getting an error.
What does it
Mongoose,
say?
Mongoose is not defined.
Oh, you're gonna have to import Mongoose. I exported out. Is it not there, Mongoose?
This came from session.
Oh, is Mongoose not in server?
Oh,
I don't know if the order is important. You might need Mongoose before connect Mongo. Yeah.
mm, mhm. Okay.
See what
Dash
happens.
off.
Do you want me to go delete the database, my side, for the session?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, just give me a sec. Oh, I should get a new cookie, by the way, from you, because you're on a different machine. Yeah, I have
Yeah.
like 2 different cookies here. Hold on. Let me delete them. There is no more cookies. You're good.
Mm-hmm. So it's still authenticated.
Okay,
But you said this was working.
Yeah, I just tried to log in again because I just deleted the. I don't know if you waited for me.
Yeah, I waited for you.
Okay, hold on. Then let me just check if it's there in the database. Because it needs to be in a database for it to recheck. Okay, so there is a user in passport. Yeah, so if it's not working for you, go to auth/success. No. Okay, then it has to be the roots. If it's not this, and I'm pretty sure I didn't change anything else. Oh, the server. Go back to the server. You made me turn things to true, turn them to false. It was because that was working without it.
Mm-hmm.
And the save initialize. Yeah. Can I? Let me go delete it from the server as well, just in case. Did you kill it?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. And you're good to go my side.
Okay. Mm-hmm.
So if you go to auth success, it won't force you to log in. Or auth. Either way, both should redirect you back home. Yeah, no.
So this was the starting point. Let me check the documentation.
You can straight up use their new strategy, their local strategy.
This one?
Yeah, because ours changed. You could just use that and just swap their valid password for our function.
Oh,
You can take it
where
as
is
is.
that?
What?
Where is the valid password?
No, it's there. That entire thing is, you just copy the entire thing. Without, no, just passport.use without the other stuff, because we have that already. No, I mean the whole thing, the whole function, passport.use news, yeah. And then comment mine out, you'll see the same one under config, config passport. And then replace on line 25, I think it is, valid password with our function. It returns a boolean. You'll see there, valid password, validate password, that one. User.validate password. You might have to turn it into a promise now, because theirs returns immediate, ours is a promise. So you do...
Let me check 1 second.
You wrote it, so you'll know. It returns a boolean, true or false.
Yeah.
But it is a promise. So you just gotta handle the promise. Don't worry about the order we did it. Theirs is the way that it should be. You just need to validate the password.
Yeah, I know.
In fact, you don't even have to, do you? If not, use a valid password. You don't have to check if it's not valid. If you wanted to just check if it's logged in. You don't even need that line.
Yeah, but I need to log in first, right?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter if it's not valid. It won't care. As
So
long
you're
as you
saying
put
this.
As long as you put the right details in, then it will return the user.
Let me check.
It just doesn't have error logging, so as long as it's correct, then it should be fine.
Mm. One second, I need to go to the toilet.
Sure, no
Be
problem.
right back.
Whew. Man, we have quite the complicated situation on our hands, don't we?
Back.
Welcome.
I think ours is just correct.
Sorry, what?
I think ours should be correct, though.
Ours? Yeah. I don't know if my roots are messed up, because like I said, the only thing I changed was the roots. I basically took everything as it was and just moved them into their own files, that's all. So maybe you want to take these out from router.post and actually make them just app.post. Just try with one, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And then comment out the roots.use. Even though I think it should be fine, but maybe something went wrong with the roots. And maybe only do the bare minimum that you need. Like, take away the rest that you won't need. The get and the post. Comment out the rest. You can always bring them back. Like maybe log out is somehow firing by itself, I don't know. And just check my stuff, hold on, let me see if there's anything extra. So the extra stuff I added is if request is authenticated. Someone told me to add that on the stream. That's new, that block.
Yeah.
So
normal.
if you do your own validation, you can. It's if request.user.
Yeah, this shouldn't be a problem. It's the same.
Shouldn't be, but yeah, that's the only thing that's been added. That's what could make it do rest.send file.
Yeah, 1 second. Mm. Still undefined.
So weird. And what are we checking when we get to the home? Where's your home route? Console.log request.is authenticated.
Mm. So this is bringing me to this file.
Yeah.
No, this file.
The get, yeah. When you post, then.
But why is this in here as well again?
It's if you try to get to auth but you're already logged in, then it will just redirect you back.
And otherwise you're doing this.
Yeah, otherwise give you the login if you're not authenticated.
And before you just had rest.send file?
Yeah, res.send file when you get to auth, yeah. So you'll always get logged in. Well, you always have to log in.
What was this again?
This was just, you could change it completely. It was res.send file, and then just admin auth.html without the root or anything. I added the root because it ended up moving. It messed things up.
Yeah.
So you don't need the options after the comma. Just
Yeah, I'm just checking.
okay.
I can always. I'm checking if this is working.
Oh yeah, true.
So now it's it's saying locals.
Yeah.
Maybe.
So now it shouldn't. Well, you wouldn't get logged in and redirect. Oh yeah. We don't know. Well, it says authenticated true, so at some point it authenticates you.
Yeah, it authenticates you directly as a callback kind of thing. In here. Authenticate and a callback.
Yeah. But it should also store that in the session.
Yeah, true.
So if this is not working, then maybe we must look at why our session isn't working.
Wait. So this is not what you had before.
No,
How did you had it?
there was an error. Just wait, on success, redirect. Look at the example. Imagine that's the issue. In fact, you can copy the whole thing if you want. I just had the success part, I think. Can't remember
So
which
what
one, but I
links-
had one.
What
Maybe
links do I need?
Maybe it's because it expects an object and I'm putting a callback there.
Authenticate.
Comma. It's in that same. I assume that's optional, but maybe it's not, and
Yeah,
that's
it
why we're
is,
failing.
I think. So it should
Redirect back home. Yeah. Otherwise, go to auth error. And then, did you uncomment the res dot redirect?
Let me put this. Res.redirect? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, good.
Wait, I don't need this. Failure.
What happened?
Can't go
failure?
to something. Yeah. Unexpected token. Failure redirect. Mm,
You have a comma, yeah, you do.
what the fuck?
Is it not an old error? Also, you still have it as locals, hey? When it's local. But probably
Yeah.
not that.
Okay. Maybe it was old.
Bless you.
Thank you. Undefined. Mm.
Are we logging the right thing? Requested user.
Mm.
And is it requested user?
Where is this?
That's under auth. You're not in home.
So if I do this, mm. Let me re-log in. Path must be absolute.
Oh, great. That's the one I had. Where is it?
Where is the true now? It's nowhere to be seen. This is
You're
not
trying.
getting called.
No, but did you restart it?
No.
Might be delayed. That's weird. Did you call it request an auth user? No, you called it request user. Where's request user?
Nowhere to be seen.
So we found our issue. What is that root? How are you even posting that? That's app.post. So it's not getting there, or? Oh, I think
it's not. It's redirecting beforehand.
Yeah. Remove that comma maybe after local.
What?
The
Yeah.
comma, yeah.
Let me do this first. I should get an error in a bit. This is a problem.
Why?
Oh, it should be. I thought I had it like this.
No. But you got request user at least.
Yeah, I saw it.
For changes like that, you don't have to restart. It's only if you like move something big. But if it still doesn't work, then I use a restart.
So this is better. Let me check.
Check that first one, maybe someone has. Oh, yeah, never mind. Race condition? No. In your ensure authenticated methods.
No, this is something different. I saw something in my phone. 1 second.
Sure. Check the, before you go, check the second link under that says 3 March. Someone said something about redirect. No, up. That one, yeah. Someone said redirect with passport and express, which is what we use.
Oh, this is what I want. Uh,
Secure cookie.
where is it? Oh,
Hmm. I wonder why Discord's call gets so bad after a while. Wait,
yeah, that's strange.
what server are we on? Oh, the EU.
Hello.
I'm back. That seems better now.
Okay.
Did you figure something out? You were saying something. Hey! It worked. What did you change?
Oh my god.
What?
Um,
What?
so this should be on top.
Oh, before it? Oh, it is. You're right. Oh my god. I can't up. Oh. How did you figure it out?
Stack Overflow mainly,
Someone said
but
have it before the session. Oh my god.
I saw this. But he was talking about something different.
Yeah, but you saw the order. Yeah, the order does matter because it needs to update and access to that cookie.
Okay.
Can you then keep this in a
So
different one, but take the file I sent you and then just
yeah,
swap the order and see if that's.
I'll just re-download everything and remove what I have. I think I don't have any other
We'll make a
changes.
backup of this, don't delete it. Just in case. You never know. It's working now.
Okay. So let me open something new.
Zip it or something.
Yeah, but okay. Where is it?
just a logs file, it's fine.
Yeah. Let me re-download it. Mhm.
It's in your downloads now.
Oh shit. You get back here. Let me open.
Aren't you gonna have to run package.json?
I already did that.
Oh,
Go
did you?
forward.
Oh, nice.
So let me check. What did we have? Where was it?
Services just literally flip so that session must be first.
Yeah, so where is this used?
Where's what?
Where is this getting used?
Session and server. It
In
gets used in the
server?
index. Yeah, well there it is. You're gonna have to uncomment that where you were now. It should be imported
This?
here. Yeah. And then in server you need to import session requiring that file. Well, technically it's middlewares actually. If it works how it should work, you should just do app.use middlewares.
Okay.
That index is middlewares. Well, no, you undid it now. You have it there already. It's commented out.
Where?
Well, actually, no. Leave it like this. Const session and const passport. That's fine. So they separate now at least. And then it's the other way around. Session first, line 29. Swap them around.
29.
Yeah, 29. 29 and
Oh
28.
man.
Oh my god, really? The order? It can't even warn you. Like, hey, we're unable to save things. Some error would have been nice.
Yeah.
I don't know if
It was.
that's... Yeah, Jesus. Literally such a small thing. It doesn't even give you an error. Imagine the app was massive.
Yeah. Oh, I can't go to auth, right?
Because you logged in probably. Go auth success. Hey!
So,
Log out. Log out. Yeah. Log out. Auth log out. No, auth log out. You had it. It would have made sense that the cookie saved because you were logged in already.
Okay.
Oh my god. You'll be testing on my side now.
Is it working?
No, I'm getting there now, but jeez. it's working for me.
Okay, great.
Wow. Like, really?
Yeah.
The freaking order matters now?
Yes, it does.
Wow. I feel so silly. And they don't even warn you, that's the worst part.
No.
I'm gonna
I'm
literally
eating a
make...
cookie right now.
You deserve it, freaking... I made a little note, to angry note. Initialize session before passport! Fuck! Yeah, I guess it makes sense because passport hooks into session. But it should work either way, shouldn't it? If passport is first, it should wait for yeah, I guess it can't.
No.
Wow. So all this time, there was nothing wrong, it was...
Yeah. But I had to make sure nothing was wrong, so...
I know, you did a great job. That was perfect troubleshooting. But now, yeah. Now I've got it working, but now I've got to see if I could do it the other way, the app.use method.
Mm.
Oh, now that
Okay.
I have you, if you look on... Now that you're here, now that we can actually do something real, would
I
you
came
look
out of bed for this.
for this? Check my file quickly if you have it. On
What
yours, local, on your local machine.
Mhm.
On passport.js.
Mm.
Open there thing. The other one in config. Oh, I really need to rename these. So on passport.use, they had one where if error, it just immediately returns. So the issue that we have now, do you see where we then valid password user? The issue that I found is if there's no valid user, it's gonna get to the then either way, and it's gonna try to destructure, but it can't, and it throws an error. How can we like make it return if user is invalid? Because check their example. Their example was if not user return, but we don't do a callback, we do a promise. On the left.
Mm.
There,
Over
do you
here,
see
right?
if error, return done, error. So it immediately exits. If not user, return. If not valid password, return. Do you see? Because they have a callback, but we do a promise. And we don't get the error in the... because obviously it returns a promise. User.find one as a promise, you can't add error. Whereas if it's a callback, you can have error user.
So what was the problem? This thing you said? Because it can't destructure the password.
What?
What did you say? You were saying something gave an error.
Yeah, so it gives an error when it tries to destructure on the then on line 41. It's not an issue, it's just now there's no error. We need to be, if user doesn't exist, it needs to return null. Error.
Mm-hmm.
Like this, return
Yeah,
done
but
error.
if user doesn't exist,
It still gets to that return user.validate password.
yeah, but then user exists, but the password is not validated correctly.
Yeah. But then what was the issue?
So I need to know the issue before I can solve anything.
Check with the log. I think it was wrong password.
You do it. I'll watch you. So
I can't
I
remember
can see the
what it
problem.
was now. Yeah, okay, cool. Let me try figure it out if I can.
All these Twitch people.
All these Twitch people, huh?
Oh, I'm looking at this. She's on my homepage. These girls and their white knights.
White Knights. Incorrect username, that's fine. Oh, there. Do you see? Type error. Cannot destructure property valid password of
Share
undefined.
screen. Share screen.
Alright. Oh, hey, Jenna. Hey, how you doing?
Do you know her?
No, but I wish I did.
Uh,
Here. Cannot destructure property valid password of undefined. All I did was put in a wrong username. Now base.
What?
And then it's cannot destructure property valid password of undefined or null. And if we go here, if not user, it returns this value. And the problem is it takes this value, null. Do you see the issue? It doesn't get here. And then it tries to destructure valid password from there, but it has null and false as these two. Do you get the issue?
Yeah, but the thing is, return done is that promise as well.
I don't know. I don't know where done comes from.
Maybe
I don't know if
can
it's
click
node or...
No, done is from what's it called? From passport.
Oh yeah, true.
So you just entered the wrong username, right?
Yeah, enter the wrong username and it does that.
Okay, let me check. I don't have that problem, I think.
Do you still have... share your screen with me?
Yeah.
Maybe you changed the passport. Oh, you have to check the error. It's not a log, it's an error.
Oh, okay. Cannot destruct valid password.
Because you're passing null to it. Check the then.
Where is it?
Under config, passport. Not middleware, config. Yeah. You see on line 37, you're passing in null, and then on then, line 41, it's getting null in there. Because the return value is null, and then I can't destructure null. That done doesn't exit the entire thing the way that I want it to, it just continues. It goes from there to the then. And that's why it's having an issue. They use callbacks instead of promises, makes things so much easier, but we built everything around promises. So to change it back now, we'd have to change like 6-7 other things. That a custom function, cancel.
Yeah, that's a custom function.
Generators. Accepted. I love it.
I think I don't know if this is a function.
No, that will be to the function that you initially called. You already signed up for a promise, and the original promise is inside
Yeah.
of the find one, so you can't call reject like this. You
Are
could
you
if
sure?
you. Well, yeah, you need to specify what promise to reject, and what are you specifying?
I think it rejects the current
Well, you could try it.
contextual project.
Yeah, see what happens.
Otherwise, you can always throw.
Yeah, I thought about that. It's just a pity we don't have nice workarounds, because you could use a callback, but it's so bad.
It's still the same.
Well, it didn't even redirect now, did it? Are you on the homepage? Yeah, it didn't get through. No, you didn't go anyway.
So, let me see.
LOL!
Are they not throwing?
Throw
Where's
should go
mine?
to the error.
Yeah. Yeah.
Throw is the
They
correct way. Yeah. What
Let me
happened there?
restart.
Yeah.
Oh god. So, let me kill you. Fuck you.
It's so satisfying typing in kill.
Kill, 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 kill. I think maybe this should be.
Yeah, it should be before. You had it afterwards, didn't you?
Yeah.
I didn't see that. Yeah.
Yeah. You should do something with the error.
Probably that would help. But we still need to return. Oh, you can return the done. You can return.
I
Not
did. I
return.
think.
Does it still return done? No, false. No, because that would cause our issue.
Yeah, I can do this now.
Yeah, you just do done, no, false, whatever.
Mm,
Why are you doing it as a new function? Do you have to do it that way?
because catch is expecting data.
Oh,
Just
but you
like that.
so you can't just do done and then in parentheses like we have it.
Like this. Oh, look. Done.
Oh,
No.
oh, I see what you mean. Right.
False. Message.
Because you couldn't just copy it, you know.
Could
It's,
have
it's better this way. Uh,
much better. Unauthorized.
hey, that's proper handling. Bad request. Why are you
Yeah,
bad?
because
And now check
so
the.
yeah, no, it was a bad request because I didn't have a password.
Yeah, and that's its internal error handling.
Yeah.
If I remember correctly, when you passed done.
So what did you want me to check the logs?
No, just to see if it gave you that same error, but it doesn't anymore.
No,
Nice.
this old error. So maybe you should copy.
Yeah, just send me that.
this.
Yeah. Send it to me. Just the passport.use part.
Yeah.
There we go, perfect. Then I'll copy that. Jeez. What would I have done without you? I honestly, I don't think I would have found it. I would try everything. Because, like, how small is that thing? It's literally just the order, calling session before, and it makes it even harder to see it when you split it, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you mean.
Jeez. Wow. Okay, so this order is better now, if not a user, so... what happens if it can't connect to the database? That's part of the promise, right? It will only get you if the promise is fulfilled, so otherwise it's catch.
Yeah.
Oh, is that the... So this done, the catch that you did, will actually be for if it can't connect to the database, or if the username is incorrect.
Yeah.
I mean, is that correct though? How would we handle if the...
So find one returns a promise.
Yeah.
So if it loses its connection, you'll get it will go to the catch as well.
Yeah, so you
And
can't
it's
like
it's-
avoid that. Because I'm trying to
No,
think...
but that's a good thing. Why wouldn't you?
No,
Does it go to
because...
the catch.
So you can like have a specific error if it's a database error, so I can log it internally versus if it's just a username that's incorrect.
Yeah, but this gives you back a database error because we're saying message is data and data is then can't connect to database.
Oh, does it return that?
Yeah, something like that.
Oh, okay.
I don't know what's exactly, but
Oh, but we're not getting message, by the way. That returns an object. How would I access message?
So what does authenticate do?
There's a way to flash it, but then you'll be telling the user what's wrong instead of logging it internally. That message is for the user if you enable the flash message option.
Okay. Well, you should figure that out yourself.
I'm going to. I think I have everything I need now. Jeez, can I just remind you again? How long has it been? And the project is to collect data and show data. This has got really nothing to do with it. I could have just manually stored the data in the database by hand. I could have typed it with one finger and been done by now. Good.
Well,
Learning.
now,
Session before passport.
yeah, you'll never forget.
Never. I'm scarred now. Oh man, but thank you so much for that help. I really appreciate it.
No problem.
Like,
No
wow.
problem.
What are you gonna get up to now?
So today I should go to the hairdresser,
Oh, nice.
to the barber shop.
All off, trim.
No, just a trim, not all of.
Get a mohawk or something.
I'm going to get a trim. What else? Well, I don't know yet. I think I had something on my agenda, but fuck it. I think it wasn't very
Important.
important anyway.
And get some honey. Get some honey for that throat.
Yeah, I
Rest
should.
it up.
Yeah, I really should.
Oh man. But thanks for that. I'm gonna have so much fun like getting back to this now.
No problem. You know what I did yesterday on the stream?
Yeah.
I'll send 1 second.
Or you can show it. I can see your screen, so you could just show me.
Oh yeah. So this is choosing your device to repair.
Yeah.
For instance, let's say your battery needs to be changed. So now this text
Mm-hmm.
is coming from the website, from the backend, and because SEO wants new text, like they want changes, you
Yeah.
know. So what I do is every time I reload, there's a new part of text.
Oh.
So these are 3 parts, and the text is designed that every part is working with every other part, you know, logically.
What about
So
that space there? J phone? There was no space. I saw
this,
that. No, there was one where the two words were together. The previous one.
oh, that's the thing in the database then. About your
Oh.
iPhone,
But what changes? Just certain words.
your on location, everything. Every
But
part changes. So this is 4 parts, and every part changes
but it still makes sense,
randomly.
right?
Yeah.
Okay.
So the text is constructed so it still makes sense.
Wow. That's cool. So Google will keep thinking it's changed.
Yeah. Hack the Google. Hack the SEO.
And does it work? How can you
Yeah, it
like
works.
view the that the SEO works?
Yeah, well, I can show you. So there's Search Console.
All right.
Uh, so, okay. No, not this one. This one. So, if this goes up, it means you're doing pretty good.
That's
So,
good.
yeah.
Ah.
So the website hasn't been live for only, it's now like since the beginning of this month, and it has 4 showings without any users on Google.
Wow. Okay. So it's slowly getting there. You gonna do
Yeah.
organic growth?
Yeah, I'm doing organic growth. They're doing organic growth, but a lot of when you do advertisement, you'll grow in organic as well because you're growing users and relativity. But did I show you this?
Log rocket? Yeah, where you can
Yeah.
see people what they're doing.
Yeah, that's sick.
Yeah. That's cool.
Yeah, that's cool. Anyways, I think I'm going back to bed.
Go to sleep. I woke you. You helped me. You saved me. I got very lucky. Man.
So I'll expect my beer now.
Yeah. A beer or a coffee or coffee with a beer. Can we combine them? Man, thank
Anyway,
you. Honestly,
good
I
luck
really
and
appreciate
no
it. Yeah,
problem.
thank you. I think I must get to bed. I have to be awake too early. I'm doing this Pokemon raid.
What
know
do you
it's-
mean you have to be awake early?
Ah,
Say 50. It is already early.
I know, but I mean, I have to wake up again because I have to go do a raid at 1 o'clock, which is so stupid. I'm gonna
Oh
get like
my
4 hours of sleep.
Oh my god. Okay.
Just to stand there on my phone and like tap the screen, you know? Pokemon Go.
You'll be like, oh shit, I'm dead. I can't even walk. I can't even walk straight.
Oh, God. But yeah, I'm excited because with this out of the way, that finally means that I can actually build things. And have you ever done a stack with React, like Node and React?
Yeah.
Because apparently, have you heard of React Router?
Yeah, this is what I always use.
Yeah, apparently that's what I need to use to like because React only allows like one page app, right? So is it true that React Router, it looks at the URL you put in and then serves, well, it doesn't serve a page, but locally it will display that page, right?
Yeah, correct.
Because that's what I need to do now. I didn't put any thought into that. I was like, la 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 la, this is fun. We have a login. But then I was like, shit, how do I, actually display the stuff? Because what I want to do is I want to store the login state in state, so that if you're logged in, it will show a logout button, and if you logged out, it'll show a login button, for example.
Yeah, but then you should really send the is authenticated on every request to the front end.
That's what I'll do. But then what I'm thinking is, how do I make them interact in the end? Like, what's the best way that you can recommend to get the pages showing for each different one? You know what I mean? Like, obviously use React Router.
Yeah, but are you going to use React fully or just React Router?
I mean, I would need React to use React Router, no? I can't just use React Router by itself, can I?
Technically, you can really hack it and use React Router by itself because React is a library.
Right. Well, I'll
And not
probably
a
end up
framework.
using both because I want to use the other features, but
Yeah.
I've got to obviously treat them separately. So what I realize is when I input users' data, I post that data. But what are the things I need to watch out for? Because for it to communicate, obviously state, the login session I need to store locally so that I can display data.
And you should think of how would you communicate. Like if somebody's logged in with JWT, it's pretty easy. You'll get a token.
Right.
The
Well, that
other
should
way
be in
around.
session, right? With the cookie, it should be local.
Yeah. So probably you should say, when you log in, you'll have a cookie, and that cookie should be saved in your local storage again.
Yeah.
Because now Node is handling that for you in the front end.
You're right. But isn't it in my browser when I saw that? That cookie is in my browser.
Yeah, but that's Node doing it in the front end because it's sending you everywhere.
Oh, so I can't take that cookie and put it into state and use the values from there.
No, yeah, you can. You can. That's what you should do. But it's better to keep it in memory.
Yeah.
For instance, in your application data.
But
Like,
how will I know? How do I catch events? How do I know when, let's say, you get logged out? That state must update. What do I watch for? What do I tell state to watch for?
So when you log out, your
No, I know if you log out, but let's say you do somehow get logged out. Let's say it expired.
Yeah, so your cookie gets expired, you'll go to a page, and that page is not for you, so you can't see it. So your cookie automatically, you just say, okay, just delete my cookie then.
Okay, right. I'll figure out. I'll do basic things first, like a login, logout button to get that working. I think that'll be a good step, and then from there, say, "Hey, username." Something
Hey,
simple. Hey, Jmar777. That name is also going to be stuck in my head now. God, the amount of times I've seen it. Yeah. And do you think it's bad to do all dot star to get all roots and then do the 404 on there, or how would you do a 404?
No, so okay, I can show you. So
Not React Router, I mean, well, okay, Node, because wouldn't Node handle the errors?
no, React.
Oh, so I can't use res.send anymore. I got to stop doing that. It's now okay. So the only stuff I use Node for is the send data, right?
Yeah, correct.
Okay, so no more send, no more. Okay.
Yeah.
So no more redirects.
Yeah, correct. So what you have here is a router, but what you would do is put this inside a switch.
Right. Yeah, I didn't understand that. Like they had it in a switch. It was like weird.
Yeah. So why would you put it in a switch? Is because if you had it in a switch, your last route could be what's it called, saying 404 or not found page.
Is that like the default as in normal switches?
Yeah, so it tries to do everything, and if all of that didn't work, it goes to the 404.
Okay.
But you wouldn't have a path, you would just have a route with a component.
Right. Okay. Is this a good article to follow? Can you send this to me? I saw it, but yeah.
Yeah, this is
Their
the best
docs.
for router. Yeah, this is their docs.
Yeah. Okay. I'll try that
They
out.
have a lot of examples as well.
Oh, that's good. Yeah, and then apparently you can also render with the server and then use React's hydration again, but
Oh,
yeah.
here it is. Here it is. You see, switch
Oh, I see it.
route component without a path.
Wall match,
And
no
this
match.
no match.
So that's a JSX, right? No match.
Yeah.
Where's no match defined?
No match is being imported probably. Oh, here it is.
Oh, there.
So no match.
This is what confuses me, because there's hoisting in normal JavaScript, and then in React you can just freaking have your function at the bottom, where your linter would complain normally.
Yeah, this is not a problem with React.
No match, return, no match for... Oh, right. I can't wait to start working with React again, because I really like the syntax of it. So I just create components and I just style them from there.
Yeah, but you should... all of this is pretty... Well, this is pretty okay, but... So a lot of code you will see on the internet right now on this time is deprecated or not good because everyone uses use effect right now.
Use effect.
Yeah, use effect and use state.
What is that?
Those are two. Those are two.
Oh, the hooks. I heard of that.
So use effect and use state.
What do they do?
So normally you would say you'll define a state somewhere as an object, and then you could use that state using set state.
Yeah, yeah.
But now you'll have a hook. So you could say this is you should call use state with the initial value. Could be an object, could be an integer, could be anything. And then for that you'll deconstruct. You're saying the value. Let's call this temperature, okay?
Yeah.
So the default, it says use state temperature. It should be default value should be, for instance, 0.
Yeah.
And then you'll have this should be called temperature, and this should be called set temperature. So now when you want to use the temperature, you call temperature. When you want to change the state of the temperature, you call set temperature. So every value has their own set method, and this comes from what's it called? OOP programming. It's yeah.
Huh.
That's it. And then you have use effect as well, which is this. So use effect is similar to it says over here. Component did not, or component did update.
So that's where they don't have state anymore inside the constructor. Oh wait, that's not the same.
Yeah, so this is use state. It has a counter with a set count. So every time you clicked it, they say set count plus 1. And you'll show the count value. And use effect changes, updates.
What is the difference though? Like, why this over the old way?
Well, this is the new way everybody uses this, and because this is much cleaner.
Yeah, so it's only it looks nicer, that's all.
I would imagine there is performance issues, improvements as well.
Yeah. Okay. It's just, yeah, you gotta get used to it, because I just got into set state, and now it's like, oh god.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. This is the big I got you thing that you should work with.
Yeah, okay. But I mean, I can always use set state, it'll still work. It's just, yeah.
Yeah,
No, but yeah, I'll definitely take it to this. Hopefully ESLint, yeah, I use a linter, so hopefully it will tell me, hey. That's cool.
Hey, you should check it out.
But yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And good luck to you. And hope your haircut goes well. And
I hope so.
I'll send you my progress. Hopefully you'll see it's like, yes, finally we have a button now. We can log in and out. It only took like a week, but hey. Alright, I see.
No problem. Okay.
Hope you have a
see
good
ya.
one. Take care.
Thanks.
Bye.
Bye.
Alright, guys. I'm dead. I'm just dead. I just can't anymore. What would I do without amazing friends like this, huh? And that's why the coding community is amazing. Ozzy, thank you so much. I will be able to now make progress again. I hit my wall, but my wall has been demolished. Now, yeah, it's try to make this look pretty again, but probably break it in the process. I'll make a backup. In fact, I'm actually going to go make a backup right now, just in case something does go wrong. So at least I have a backup. And then we know it's fine, it's sorted. But yeah, I will continue this later today. Until then, bye for now.